Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
I would literally leave because there was nothing left for me to do. And then Terry would go and try to patch things up with Brooke after Linda passed out.
It's a good night.
And so...
Maybe it was a whole big scam they were running just to try to get you to leave, Bubba, but you never left.
Man,
They're in the back high-fiving going, is he gone yet?
Bubba stays too long, so Brooke, you take a high spot bump from Mom. That'll make Bubba leave.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Welcome, Tuesday, April 1st, and you will not be hearing any stupid, zany April 1st, oh, I got you zingers.
Well, I have an announcement to make. If that's
you
okay.
do?
Yeah,
Is it an April 1st zinger?
I am pregnant.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I'll announce the father at 9:10 today.
Really?
Oh, yes.
How did that happen?
The old-fashioned way.
Is that when you and 7-Eleven were back there?
Okay.
You in 7-Eleven?
7-Eleven took me. I was not. I did not give it to him.
He overpowered you?
He did.
The only wacky zany thing we'll have today on April 1st is the fact that Seth's going to announce that he's pregnant.
I got Dr. Dan when we had some downtime, he put some fallopian tubes in me, some fallopes, and then he put some eggs in there. And
You had the eggs, man,
Yeah,
because you have ovaries.
I did have. Yeah, I had the eggs. He just had to tighten up the fallopes, and now, now I'm gonna have a baby.
We just stuck it into your stomach. It's going to live off of that. And
hopefully it'll be a son.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, whatever it is, I'm gonna change the sex and put it in the opposite sport so we can make some money.
Right.
You're going to circumcise him, her?
Yeah, on the show, yeah.
On the
let Bubba
show.
do it.
I can do it with you.
Yeah.
I've done it. It's the worst operation ever.
Have you done it before?
Yes.
Like when you're during your residency?
I almost passed out.
Oh,
I've
everybody
only
passes
almost
out.
passed out a couple times, and one was during a
So
circumcision.
you've seen gunshot.
Oh, yeah.
You've seen
Lawnmowers.
You've seen lawnmower accidents where people's hands look like hamburger meat.
Yep.
You've seen everything, and the one thing that almost made you pass out is when you circumcised a little boy.
Yes, it did. It almost killed me. I had to walk out of the room like a little bitch.
People feign at brisses all the time. When my brother,
It feels like it's your own penis.
it's not. It's
It's traumatic.
It's not natural. It's not natural. I'm Jewish and I like it, but it's not natural.
But isn't it just like literally like the top of a soda can, like a little instrument that you put on top of the penis and you just go beep beep and like it just kind of make a couple of
beep beep.
No, you just kind of go. No,
There's a couple different versions of it, Bubba. There's like a little like the thing they used to put on people before they electrocuted them, that little dome.
Yeah.
Yeah, they put like a little dome on the end, and then there's like a little clamp. Yeah, there's a little circular clamp that they fit around it, and they cinch it down, and all of a sudden there's the foreskin. So, you cut it. And when they do it to a baby in a rural clinic outside of Gainesville, they're not using general anesthesia. They put a little sugar on a pacifier, and they're like, "Oh, this will distract them."
They don't do anything.
No, that's too much.
Now,
they're strapping into a baby. This is like a mold of half a baby.
There's a baby. Oh, they put you in they put the baby in this little plastic mold.
Right. It's like you bought a baby doll and it was in a box and you took the half the foam out. It's the other half of that foam.
Right.
And then it's got 4 straps
for the legs and for the arms.
Yep.
I was glad that St. Joe's elected to do that outside of our room.
Thank God.
I could not see it. They took Walker. He showed up with a cut penis.
You said, Dan, that it is a blood-curdling scream that cannot be replicated any way, shape, or form.
Nope.
Like only a baby getting its penis cut off can make that sound.
And it's literally the entire breath and the entire effort of the baby is screaming. It's like, wah! Wah! It's as violent a scream as you can imagine.
Well,
and it makes the blood drain from your brain and makes you want to just drop and sweat.
I gotta think that even as an adult, I would come up with some guttural sounds that I've never come up with if they had me strapped down and they took my wiener, stretched it out, and put a dome on top of it, and then cut it.
Yes.
Cut all the.
Please waterboard me.
Oh my God.
Way better.
I mean, now listen, I know adults that have done it.
Oh, it's even worse
They
for
gotta
them.
put you. How if they put you under? Dan,
25 did it like when 25 was on the show, and he was like what 30 years old. And
He was in 2008. He went and did it.
if they put you under, would you still feel the pain of the circumcision?
When you wake up, it's a little sore.
I don't think they put you under though. Do
No,
they?
I know.
No,
but
sometimes they do. On men, adults, they often do.
My Uncle Jerry was 83.
Uncle Jerry got
Uncle
it?
Jerry's 83, and he never got a circumcision. And finally, at 83, it started to, as your body deteriorates, so does your penis. You start getting
Speak for yourself.
You start getting Peronis.
Yes.
You start getting, you
get what's called phimosis if you have your foreskin, and that's when your penis gets stuck in or out of it.
That's what he started to get.
Yes.
So, my Aunt Shelby is trying to explain to my mom what's Uncle Jerry. Uncle Jerry is her brother, and her brother, Uncle Jerry, my mom's brother, doesn't want to get on the phone and tell his sister what's going on because he's embarrassed. So Aunt Shelby, which is Jerry's wife, gets on the phone and tries to explain to my mom that his penis, the skin is the foreskin now that wasn't removed when he was a baby. He was not circumcised.
And back in the day, Bubba, unless you were Jewish, you weren't circumcised.
I was born in '66, and
it changed after World War II.
Okay, so I was going to say, at what year did it change? Because there was no ifs, ands, or buts as to whether I was getting circumcised. Like they circumcised me day one. Mm-hmm. And all my friends and all that, people that were my age, they were all circumcised. In fact, there was only one guy in and that I grew up with. His name was Herb Bailey, who had an anteater, and he really stuck out because when you're in sports, you shower.
Right.
At least back then. I don't think that there's community showering like there used to be.
I think there's a little bit more privacy than there used to be.
I think they build little walls kind of between them.
Partitions. You still see everyone's dong though.
Yes, yeah.
I mean, it's a locker room.
So anyway, Herb Bailey had an anteater, and we all kind of like, well, what's going on there? But so you're saying after World War II, there kind of came. It
was a trend probably in the 50s and the 60s, and everyone started getting circumcised. That's how they could tell the Jews from the non-Jews in Europe. The Germans, they were circumcised, and you were highly suspicious that you were a Jew.
So hold on now. When they were, trying to be mean to the Jews, the Germans, and determine if you were Jewish or not, there were probably a lot of Jewish people be like, "I ain't Jew," and they're like, "Drop your pants." And if you had a circumcision,
load up on the train.
You were Jewish. What if you were a German guy and you were just trying to do the right thing and you were circumcised?
But is it the right thing, Bubba? Is it the right thing?
Yeah.
I think it is, but a lot of people don't. And so, I think there's 3 good reasons.
Well, hold on.
Would your life have been better with foreskin, Dan?
No, hold on. Let me explain this. Just from what my Uncle Jerry went through. As you get older, your foreskin starts to grow shut. and like attach itself where you can't peel back the gland and urinate anymore, and it literally starts to seal shut. Now, Dan, what's that called?
Phimosis.
Dan, you start to get that's a side effect of not being circumcised. Phimosis, right?
Yes.
So, 1, you don't get phimosis. 2, cleanliness. It's easier to keep a circumcised penis clean than it is one that has a sweater on top of it all day, and you got to pull it back and constantly be tending to it. Probably after every urination, you have to take like a tissue or something and probably kind of, clean up some of the head cheese and stuff.
Maybe we should ask some callers that are uncircumcised to give us the lowdown on how they keep their foreskin clean. But I imagine it's even more maintenance than a vagina. But the reasons
you're the doctor, so
right.
What's
well, I don't have a foreskin.
I understand,
so I don't know.
You probably know the ins and outs of foreskin versus non-foreskin.
Yeah, the two big things that I think are strong arguments for circumcision, besides the potential for phimosis and the theoretical problem of ridicule in the locker room, although sometimes it goes the other way. The people with the foreskin criticize those without the foreskin because there's the haves and the have-nots.
So I've never been in a situation where there were more anteaters than helmets.
Yeah, if you go to South America or Asia, it happens a lot. But
really,
Philippines, a lot of those people aren't circumcised. But
now
the two reasons I say are cancer and AIDS. And this is two really specific differences in people that are circumcised versus uncircumcised.
By the way, 813-90 Bubba, 813-902-8222.
Ladies, what do you prefer? Call now.
I'd like to hear that too, because I think I've heard mixed reactions from girls over the last 30 years on this topic.
Me too. I've heard women say that, oh my God, it's gross. I don't like it at all. And then I've heard other women say that it's a different sensation, and it's something that they've never had before. And when they did get one, they liked it. So guys or girls, 813-90 Bubba, if one from the male perspective would be like, listen, we don't need circumcised guys to call in because we know we're all circumcised and we know the ins and outs of that. We know we need people that are uncircumcised on the guy side of things, and then on the girl side of things, we need people, women that have experienced both. And that's really the opinion I'm looking for.
Right. You got to have both sandwiches.
I want to know what women like and why. Hi, who's this?
Hey, Bubba, I'm uncircumcised.
Is this Joe the Supermarket?
It sure is.
Yeah, but he's uncircumcised.
Yes, my mother made a decision when I was born that she didn't want me to have any pain. So she decided to leave me uncircumcised for my entire life.
And
now,
so,
are you happy about that, or are you irritated by that?
I'm going to tell you this. I've had all the beautiful women I've ever wanted, and not one of them has ever complained. And I am small, too. And not one of them has ever complained.
Well, I mean,
You've been with some very nice women.
So, I mean, are you so small that sometimes you can't even
Thank God for his foreskin. You can't have nothing.
Like, it's just all foreskin, like the gland can't even pop out of its little sweater? I mean, like, are you that?
I pretty much got to chub up just to pee. And then the cleanup factor after, I have to buy my own paper towels here. Just so I can really clean things up after.
So at the end of the day, there is the cleanliness factor of it, where the fact that us circumcised guys, we can pee, shake it off a few times, and put it back in a tidy hole. Whereas you got to really consciously dry all around it, pull the foreskin back. Even like during athletics, or if you were to do something where you would sweat. I think that's an area that collects sweat as well. You got to consciously clean it. So, I mean, you probably find yourself having to clean your penis more than we got to clean our penises.
Yeah, and I'm going to tell you honestly, because I urinate in bed in a urinal, obviously. So I have to clean it thoroughly. That's a couple paper towels, and I'm going to put a paper towel over it. It's not so much about the penis, though. It's about because I have a huge scar on my scrotum from the surgeries. So I have to separate that from my thighs, otherwise it hurts. But the funniest thing ever was when I was in jail, and I would urinate in my own cell, but they could see through the glass. Like, I'd shut the door, but they could still see through the glass. Some of the guys would put wet toilet paper on the window so that way nobody could see him. But I'm just taking a piss. Leave me alone. So, I would urinate, and then I would go over to the sink, and I would wash my penis. And I got known in the pod of 59 other guys as the guy that washes his penis after he pees.
Well,
the only one that does it.
Well, because you're probably the only anteater there. You know what I'm saying?
No, there's plenty in jail.
I mean,
There's plenty of anteaters in jail.
Right.
Trust me.
So anyway, Joe, thank you for the ins and outs of circumcision. We appreciate it.
All right, God bless.
God, we were really looking for a girl's perspective. It's a little bit early. Not the women don't get up quite this early.
No.
But 813-90 Bubba, if you're a woman and you got an opinion on circumcision. Now, Dan, you got into a couple different things, and one of which was AIDS.
Yeah, AIDS and cancer are the two reasons that I think are strong arguments for circumcision.
Do they tend to gravitate both of those towards uncircumcised penises?
100%. Like, for instance, there's zero chance if you're getting squamous cell carcinoma of the glands of the penis if you're circumcised. If you're not, there's a chance. And then that's the cancer part. And then the
squamous on your penis?
Squamous of the penis.
Right.
And then the other thing.
Hey, Seth, I know you're pregnant and you announced that, but at least you don't got squamous of the penis.
I know. I got that cured, thank God.
Yeah, that's as bad as squamous of the anus. It's worse.
All right.
Lose your penis.
So no squamous of the penis.
And the other thing is, they did a study years ago, which they don't really popularize, but it was very, very telling. And there was these two tribes in Africa right next to each other. And one tribe circumcised and the other tribe didn't. And they cross-pollinated a lot over the years. And the ones that were not circumcised had a huge incidence of AIDS. And the tribe that was circumcised had a very low incidence of AIDS.
Now,
they're right next to each other, effing the same girls.
Why would...
And tigers.
AIDS, would it attach itself? Can it attach itself more to the foreskin or have a way to enter your body?
There's two reasons, Bubba, and you tapped on both of them without realizing it.
All right.
The foreskin traps it so it keeps the contact longer.
Right.
And so contact against something longer, it's like poison ivy. The longer you're against poison ivy.
It'll eventually kind of maybe soak in.
Right. And the other thing is that when you have keratinized skin, which is the normal skin, like the skin on your hand, it's got a lot of layers. When you're uncircumcised, the skin on your penis is more like a mucosa. And so the distance between the skin and the next blood cell that can absorb that virus is, about 1/10 of the thickness of normal keratinized skin. So it is so easy for a little virus to jump through a couple layers of tissue than to get through your thick-ass skin.
Now, are you saying this, that if you're circumcised and they're taking all that skin, that additional skin off of the gland portion of your penis, and I'm using medical terms,
right?
Then your penis, now that no longer has that extra layer of skin, will build up resilience and become
durable.
Yeah, because you're using it without a shield over it.
Right.
And it'll just
it weathers in.
It'll just normally, I wouldn't say callus up.
Sort of.
But it will normally just kind of toughen
Toughens up. It turns into normal skin instead of mucosa. It would be like the inside of your nose instead of the outside.
Right. And so, whereas if you have foreskin, then it keeps the penis, the gland portion of your penis, it keeps it hidden and protected. So when you pull that back, that's not really been exposed to the elements or anything like that.
It's fragile.
And it's way more fragile and not as industrial as a penis that's been exposed to life, if you will. Everything from masturbation to, intercourse.
Yep.
Your penis, uncircumcised will have to, build up resiliencies on those things, whereas one that is uncircumcised has a natural layer of skin protecting it, which causes it to be a little bit of a paper tiger.
Correct.
I don't know how many, if you can write that down in a medical journal or not, but it seems like we got it pretty much handled, huh?
I think we do, and again, it's a family choice. It's a family choice, and some people think it's mutilation. You know, and I respect that opinion. Some people do feel like it's mutilation, but
yeah, that's what's wrong with today's society. That's how soft we're becoming.
Yeah, but imagine they did this to a clitoris. Imagine like every chick that was born, they took the clitoral hood and removed it because they wanted to toughen up the clit.
But hold on, Dan. They don't do that.
I know, but they do in Africa, and it's called mutilation.
Okay, well, we're not Africa.
I understand, but but what I'm saying is that some people look at us and say, you know, we're mutilating.
No,
there's an argument for that.
No.
I'm not trying to counter program, but there is an argument for it.
I'm just saying. I think taking the skin away from the clitoris and the clitoral hood is not abnormal. That's abnormal, cutting that away. Whereas, I mean, look at the percentage of people that get circumcised compared to taking their little daughters and taking their clitoral hoods away. Like, I mean,
it's not really
99 to 1.
Well, I hope it's about 1,000,000 to 1.
Right.
But when women get older, you know, they take care of that extra skin. You know, women get like older, like they get like adult circumcisions.
And babies don't go in for liposuction day one either.
No.
What I'm saying is, as we get older, we do things grow that we take. You know, I mean, doesn't your nose grow?
Yes, and your ears.
And so, like I'm saying, like a woman that was born with not such a big nose, but as she got older, her nose grew. She wasn't a candidate for rhinoplasty at 22, but at 62 she might be.
Right.
Well, it's the same thing as, you know, a clitoral hood, and the fact that when she was born she probably didn't have such a large clitoral hood, whereas as she became older it grew to the point where you need it. Just like Peronis, right. your penis doesn't start off, you know, being a curveball, but it becomes a curveball, and you have to get it straightened out. I heard that. I heard that was
painful,
brutal.
Yeah.
Do they break the penis?
Oh. They don't break the penis, but they break up the scar tissue. Why don't
you first, Dan, explain as a doctor what Peyronie's is? Because we don't have Dr. Mark here, our standard urologist, but you do know what it is. Why don't you explain, when I talk about Peyronie's, what it is?
It's kind of like when people get Dupuytren's in their hand. And so from micro trauma, the fascia on one side of your penis contracts, creating a curve. Some curves are good, but excessive curves are bad because, you know, you can't have sex around the corner of a room.
There's a guy I've seen instances where it's like I don't think they can even enter a woman. It's so sideways.
Right, exactly.
Whoa.
That's tough.
Yeah,
that's tough. And so what they have to do is they peel back the skin and they cut the fascia and release it, and then it hurts because the
fascia has to just naturally grow back.
Yeah.
Hi, who's this? You're on the air.
Hopefully.
Hi, Bubba.
Hi, who's this?
Maria.
Hi, Maria. Is this Maria Guatemala?
Yes.
Sounds like it.
Oh,
how you doing?
Is No Name Willie
are you
circumcised?
Do you have an opinion on circumcision?
Oh, yes, it is.
All right, so, but are you saying that maybe...
But in
Guatemala, some of the Guatemalan men, now let's not, No Name Willie can't get mad, the fact that, you're very beautiful, and that probably before you came, he mail-ordered bride you over here.
Just the uncut Guatemalans are just lined up for her, Bubba? Is that what it is?
Yeah, did you have a bunch of uncut Guatemalans?
I wouldn't say a bunch, but yeah, most of them are not.
See?
Yeah, okay, and you've obviously, with your husband, No Name Willie, he is circumcised, and so
like a real American man.
So you have a reference point to the Guatemalan men that you slept with that had uncircumcised penises compared to your lovely husband now. And what is your report on the deal?
Oh, it has to be cut.
It has to be cut.
Has to be. That's very emphatic.
So is it like the uncut ones are just disgusting?
I don't like them, and I don't think it's healthy. They normally don't do it over there. Like when I had my kid, they didn't do it, and when he was like about a year old, he started getting urinary tract infections, and he had to have it when he was about a year old.
A year old.
But still, that's better than
better than
18.
Hey, listen, 25 Cent got one done at 30.
And you're not allowed to have an erection for like 3-4 weeks, too.
Yeah.
I don't know how you do that.
So, I mean, this is a hot, attractive woman who's had, uncircumcised Guatemalan men and now has a circumcised American man. She had a Guatemalan son in Guatemala. They didn't circumcise him, and he ended up having to get a circumcision at the age of 1 due to the urinary tract infections and things like that.
Yeah, same with my brother.
Same with your brother.
Same thing happened.
How old was your brother when your brother got his cut?
About a year and a half, too.
Right.
So, size comparison, Guatemalans versus Americans. Who wins? That's a good question.
Oh, Americans.
Really?
Well, she's got a gun to her head right now. So she.
That's right.
I mean,
No Name Willie.
I mean, yeah. Although, is No Name Willie now? Is he? I don't know if we should get into this or not, but we've never really talked about. Is No Name Willie a well endowed man?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Pretty big.
Pretty big. All right. So now, are Guatemalan men naturally large or no?
I would say average.
Average. Okay. All right. Listen, Maria, Guatemala.
If you had to give a race like the best, what race would you say?
Well, she's only been with 2, probably. Guatemala.
Do you know?
I mean, how many different ethnicities have you been with, Guatemala, Maria?
2.
2. Guatemalans and Americans.
And she's going to say No Name Willie.
Yeah. She's not going to say.
Well, he's the biggest one.
Panamanians.
See? Exactly.
Now, in Central America, with like Guatemala and like Panama and Costa Rica and all those fine, lovely countries that are in that area, outside of No Name Willie, a beautiful American man, what other men, are attractive?
I don't know. I don't really.
Would you prefer a Colombian versus an El Salvadorian versus a Guatemalan?
Hold on. She said, "I like white."
Okay.
I like that. She needs to be here when Lasker's here. I like white. So, all right, Maria.
That's right.
Maria, appreciate your call.
I don't know. You can ask Giovanni. They say Cubans are pretty big too.
They said Cubans.
I don't know.
You said,
I've heard that.
Cubans are large men.
As opposed to Guatemalans,
say.
double the size.
Thank you, Maria. Take care. Now, let me remember Ted Webb?
Yes.
Ted Webb was a famous radio personality here in Tampa.
That's who my doctor was a big fan of.
And he was he was Cuban.
Yes.
And they used to call him at 970 FLA in the Gandy building, they used to call him the Hog because supposedly he had like a Cocaine Carlos type.
Really?
Well, Cocaine Carlos.
There you go.
He's Cuban. I mean, so the 2 Cuban men that I know of in my life, Cocaine Carlos and rest in peace Ted Webb, both had reputations. Not just kind of, but like they're behind their back. Listen, behind our backs, I'm sure people have all types of things, right?
Cuban cigars are fatter than Dominican cigars.
But
so.
I'm just saying, like behind, I know 2 Cubans. And behind their back, the ongoing Iggy was they were very large. They were very, very large. So maybe Cuban men are large.
God bless Cuba.
Is there any reason for that, Dr. Dan?
What do you mean?
Like why the different nationalities?
Bubba is talking about two Johnsons that he's never even seen before.
Well, I mean,
and
listen.
now all of a sudden we've got an epidemic of massive Cuban hogs.
I think Cuba's got all these massive penises.
Hold on.
Yeah, they only sell Trojan magnets
Seth,
there.
Seth, Seth, you are correct in that I personally never saw Ted Webb's penis, and I never said Cocaine Carlos. But I have some pretty good. One, Erica's mother, obviously was sleeping with Cocaine Carlos, so that's a pretty reliable source. 2, Ted Webb ran through a few chicks at the Gandy building, and one of which was the front desk girl, which was a very good friend of mine, and she gave me a firsthand account. So you're right. I didn't see them, but I have damn near firsthand knowledge.
I mean, maybe it was 90s big. Yeah, there's different eras of being big.
Big is big. Dude.
Do you think in today?
I don't think what was big in the 70s is like no longer big.
Listen, Dan, as just like if you look hold on, let me ask you a question, Dan. This comes from a doctor because I don't know if you see as many penises nowadays, and when you were working as a doctor in a residency, you probably saw way more than you do now.
Well, also, I was a team doctor for the Buccaneers for 6 years.
True.
I played sports myself for years. I've seen a lot of penises in my day. I'm not proud to say that, but I've seen thousands. So my
question is this. Just like naturally, the human race seems to be getting bigger and stronger through nutrition. And like when we were growing up, you and I are the same age. Mm-hmm. There was not a big push on protein or creatine or, all these supplements that athletes can take.
And the food didn't have all the hormones in it either.
Right. But what I'm just saying is we weren't nutritionally as educated and as what the athlete is today.
No, we had the stupid pyramid, which was wrong.
And so, yeah, exactly. So with that, it seems like if you look at the college combine or just look at, let me be probably the greatest analogy. Look at the Philadelphia Eagles offensive line of this past year.
Oh yeah.
Now take the largest offensive line from 95. And probably the heaviest guy on the team might have been 295 or 300. The center was 265, the guards were 285, and the tackles were 300.
Well, if you remember Leon Lett when he was with the Cowboys in the 90s, he was, I think, 325, and everyone thought that was humongous.
Right. Now there's got the guy from the Gators, number 21, he's 426 pounds.
Jesus.
And he's going to be the largest human being drafted in the NFL. So, but that being said, the Philadelphia Eagles offensive line, didn't they let me average 330?
Yes.
Okay, so the human race is naturally getting bigger. Do you think, Dan, that men's penises are getting naturally bigger as society gets bigger?
Probably yes.
That's what I was thinking.
Because bigger people tend to have bigger penises.
Like you don't see a big 6'7", basketball player with a tinky winky on him.
No, but you see 6'4" offensive linemen with tinky winkies.
You do?
Yep.
Okay.
So the countries with the world's largest penises.
Did you bing that?
Yes.
Did you make a nickel on it?
2 cents on this one.
Okay.
Ecuador actually is number one.
What? Ecuadorian men have the largest hogs.
6.93 inches is the average.
So hold on, 7. Call that 7, and that's the average.
Damn.
Ecuadorians that means if it averages 7, Lummy, there's some 5s, but there's also a lot of 9s.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, 5,
at least 8s all day long.
Cuba's number 8. Yeah, Cuba's number 8.
It's on the top 10.
Who's number 2?
Cameroon.
Who?
Cameroon.
What
is that?
Cameroon.
Dan's the most educated guy here.
Africa?
Yeah, I think Cameroon is. I'm surprised Dr.
I don't know.
Hey, good morning, Alexa.
Yeah, Central Africa.
Alexa, good morning.
You've been there often.
Good morning. It's April Fool's Day, and I've got some silly pranks you can play. No need for thanks. Just say, teach me some pranks.
Teach me some pranks. All right, cool. The only prank
we got Brian coming in a couple days.
The only prank we were going to go with is Seth is pregnant. But I was going to. What's a Cameroon?
Cameroon's yeah.
Hey Alexa, where is the country of Cameroon?
Cameroon is a country in the Sahel and Central Africa with a population of 28,300,000. It shares a border with 6 countries, including Nigeria, Chad, and the Congo Republic. Its capital is Yaoundé.
All right, thank you.
What a job! Wouldn't that suck to be a country that big that no one knows?
Wouldn't it suck to even live in that region?
Yes.
You got Chad and Niger and all. Don't think that they probably don't have to worry about fluoride in their water.
No, they have the second largest penis, though. So.
They have to worry
second
about
largest penis.
What they had to worry about, Bubba, was malaria, and white people didn't make it to that part of the world until the mid 1800s because we couldn't fight malaria. Every time we try to get that deep into Africa, we die.
Okay, let me number 3 for the
Bolivia.
top 10. Bolivia number 3 largest penis at what?
6.5.
6.5.
Drops fast.
Yeah, it does. We were at almost 8.
Well, 7
with Honduras with
Ecuador.
At 7. Go ahead.
Sudan.
Mm-hmm.
Haiti.
Hold on. When you say their name, you must say the size.
Sudan 6.48.
Mm-hmm.
Haiti 6.3.
Haiti.
Yeah, 6.30.
6.30.
Gambia 6.25. Senegal 6.25. Cuba 6.24. Netherlands 6.24, Zimbabwe 6.21, France 6.20, and unfortunately for the United States, we are 60th ranked.
60th ranked.
What's our average?
5.35.
It's the microplastics.
Italy 6.04.
Microplastics.
How much?
6.04.
Who?
Yeah, Italy's over 6.
Canadians 13th at 6.19.
Man, Canadian says, man, slap that 25% tax on us all you want, you small D little son of a bitches.
No,
I know.
Aren't they better than us? That's why.
Canada's 13th. We're 60th.
Oh,
way better than us.
Yeah,
they got much larger homes.
That's why Trump wants them to join the United States.
So we can bring our averages up?
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
This is like where it's now a little intimidated by it.
Yeah, it's because there's people like Babyface making that curve go down to, sub 5.
That's true.
Hey, Lummy.
Yes, sir.
On your way back in, can you get me one of these out of my little stupid lunchbox? Stay here and talk to chat. So let's start over here on the Twitchers. Good morning, 2006 Monty. Very early at 5:59. Stop and Go Steve, Death Adder, Paul, 119567. We'll come from there. Just Bob from Davenport. What up, Holyoke? All right, Factory Reject. We're not talking about it now, so you're welcome back. Just Bob from Davenport. About 400 here. Over here. What's up, Iggy, CC, Paul? Good morning. Bright Farm Jonesland, Yankee Jib, Big Buck, Longwood, bigger than the Beatles. Ripple Lips, the Thirsties, Big and Greasy, Big Buck, I think it's an I, Magnum, DUI, Cankles. Micro Joe. Uncircumcised men seem to feel more. They make you feel like you're doing a great job. They may be a little more sensitive than your preemie. Mark you.
Dude, big shout out to Caitlin Clark for getting me into women's basketball. I stayed up till midnight last night watching UConn.
Can I tell you something? I have never ever really taken an interest in, and I was watching the Sweet 16 girls basketball tournament, Texas and Tennessee, and I mean,
Texas is
but I'm with you in the fact that a big shout out to Caitlin Clark is the one that got me into that shit.
Well, there's so many good players, and it's great to see. I like watching it just as much as the men.
I do too.
Deadhead, CK, Stephen Snook.
We got some big guns coming to town.
Slayer.
I saw.
Wouldn't that be cool for Tampa to get a
men's one?
No,
a
Tampa to get a WNBA franchise. And weren't they selling them for cheap 5 years ago?
Yeah, they're adding a couple. I feel like they'd give Orlando one before us.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Because they need it. We don't need another sports team here.
It's already
diluted.
Well, you would say basketball is already a quote unquote basketball city, I guess.
They give Orlando it before they would us because they tend to sometimes stick in existing NBA towns, don't they?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
there's a crowd for it.
Yeah.
There's a market. Caviar, thank you.
I'm a Yukon Husky. Hey. $150 a ticket. These tickets went down.
Jesse in Wisconsin.
Huh? $150 per ticket plus $150 in fees.
What? A surgery to make her penis bigger.
Maybe I should have a bake sale.
Penis pump helps. Penis pump helps. I don't know.
You make your boob bigger, your butt bigger, everything bigger.
Dan, you've been wearing your Bubba Army Alpha at all?
Yes.
Women probably go crazy for it.
And I get compliments when I do.
Mummy, have you been wearing yours?
Oh, I love it.
Don't lie.
Bubba, I wear a Bubba Army shirt every day.
CK.
I love how it's very fresh smelling. A little citrusy.
Springy.
Yeah.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
I thought somebody definitely would say something about my t-shirt yesterday, as I've been trying to kind of, sometimes my t-shirt I make a statement with. I don't wear a lot of Bubba Army stuff. But I wore something yesterday that I thought somebody would pick up on, and nobody did. And that was I wore a T-shirt yesterday. It was the first annual WKRP turkey drop.
Oh, we saw that. I like that.
Well, I know. Well, no, nobody mentioned it. Like, oh my God, Bubba, your shirt.
I sent WKRP in Cincinnati to you.
Yeah, but you don't know about the infamous WKRP and Cincinnati turkey drop.
I remember the episode.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
What was it about then?
It was bad. It was Thanksgiving, and they were trying to give away turkeys, and they threw them out of a helicopter, and they forgot they couldn't fly, so they landed like bombs in the city.
Well, no. Yes. And so anyway, I had that shirt on. Now, nobody has said anything about today's shirt, one of the most legendary rock stations in the history of Chicago. The Loop, 97.9 The Loop, the home of Jonathan Brandmeier, Kevin Matthews, Stephen Gary. It's like if you're from Chicago, everybody's familiar with The Loop. And so I found this T-shirt place online that has I bought a 95 Y&F shirt. I bought just some old school shirts.
Seth, did you live in Chicago, Seth?
Just for a couple of years. I don't know.
He wasn't there long enough to know radio. I think he moved out when you were 4?
Oh, as a child.
Yeah.
What part of Chicago did you? I dated a girl from Barrington.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, same whore must have been.
No, she was. She was a good girl. The girl I dated.
Yeah.
Was she good or bad?
Oh,
yeah. She was. She was 18. Just got out of high school, and her mom and dad were loaded. I was 23. She was 19. I was doing nights on B96, and her name was Andrea. And she was so hot. And so I took her to, she was like Dan, there's Chicago big city hot, and then there's Indiana rural hot. You know what I'm saying?
Two different things.
Way different
It's
things.
like Miami hot versus, Ocala hot.
Exactly. It's like Miami. That's exactly Miami hot versus Ocala hot.
Right. It's a difference.
So my cousin her name's Amy, and she lives in Fort Wayne, Indiana, which is very, very country and rural compared to Chicago. So I am going to take Andrea. I'm going to take her as my date we're going to drive my car from Chicago to Fort Wayne. And Andrea's like, what should I wear? And I'm like, whew. I mean, I wear the hottest, sluttiest thing you can. Like, Dan, we're going to a formal wedding. Like, women usually try to wear like a real sexy, you've been to many a wedding. Maybe some women will try to be a little more sexy but conservative, but a lot of women wear very, like when Eric and I just went to Ronnie the limo driver's wedding, her dress, she kind of had her boobs pushed up a little bit. It was a very somewhat suggestive, sexy dress.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
it wasn't white though, right?
Oh, no, it wasn't white. So Andrea, she asked me, "Hey, what should I wear?" Now I forget that we're not going to Chicago. I forget that we're going to rural ass Indiana. And that the women are going to have like
plaid shirts.
Like the women are going to have like these long skirts down to their knees and whatever.
You're going to a Bible study.
Yeah, exactly. Like, Little House on the Prairie Bible study. So I tell Andrea, and she was pretty tall anyway. Hot, just Dan, like smoking ass hot. 19, whatever. So I tell her, I said, well, she goes, I got this one dress, it's white, and you can almost see my panties in it. Like it's so low cut.
Bubba Kanye.
So it's so low cut. I mean, it's so short that I probably, I can't even really bend over. I'm like, of course,
you can't wear that.
Because, Lummy, this is my first trip back to my hometown. And I'm now this big-time radio guy.
You're a superstar, right?
Yeah, I'm a big-time superstar radio guy in Chicago. And I got this hot-ass 19-year-old. She's just out of high school. I'm 23, In high school, I did okay. But, I didn't have the hottest chick in school. And, so I'm like, man, I don't care what you wear. Just make sure it's the sexiest, sluttiest thing you can. Like, just... So we get there, and, of course, all the dudes. Now, Dan, these are Fort Wayne dudes, so they're with their frumpy ass, wives that are wearing the Little House on the Prairie skirts. And, they've not seen anything. Like, there's nothing rolling around Fort Wayne, Indiana, the way Andrea looks. There's nothing, like, this is a Chicago girl.
Right.
So we get to the wedding. And my mom and Andrea, of course, goes up to get a drink or something like that.
John Costica, $100.
Speaking of
Bubba
Chicago,
Army tips.
Speaking of Chicago, that's our Valparaiso homie right there. Woo. So anyway, Lummy, Andrea, we're just sitting at our table. She goes, there's a couple dances that she wants to go. Of course, I'm not going to dance, but she goes up there and kind of mingles in and is dancing with the girls and all this kind of stuff. And my mom takes me aside. Now Andrea's up dancing, mind you. You can damn near see her ass. And let me give you some statistics, Dan. She had naturally big boobs.
Nice.
Natural. She was probably 5'9", 110, 5'9", probably a size 0 to 2. Beautiful legs, beach blonde hair, just hot. And she's up there dancing and having a good time. And I think she's getting, I know she got way drunk. And when girls get drunk, they even get looser, right?
Yep.
So my mom takes me aside. She goes, I hope you're proud of yourself. I go, what? What, Mom? She goes, what'd you bring her to the wedding for? I go, because I've been dating her for a month in Chicago. And, when I had a +1, who am I going to bring? Larry Plummer? No,
he's not going to dance like that.
I'm going to bring my girlfriend.
Right.
She's my girlfriend, Mom. I told you I was dating her. Yeah, but do you understand? Every person in this entire wedding is looking at her, and I go, great. That's awesome, ain't it? So my mom, I think we left early because my mom found. Now my sister was cool about it. My sister comes up to me and says, "Hey, listen, Mom's freaking out a little bit about Andrea's dress." But, I don't think it's a problem. It's probably a little much for this particular application. But, she's nice and, she's not making, she's friendly. And Of course, all the guys are just going absolutely insane. So anyway, Lummy, that's my Chicago Loop story. The Loop in Chicago reminds me of this chick named Andrea that I dated. So there, I'm going to start wearing T-shirts, Lummy, that have like a little bit of a meaning to it. And I really appreciate you listeners to start analyzing my T-shirts a little bit.
What was the website that you found some on?
I forget what the site was, but
I was gonna say if some people want to buy maybe some shirts for you.
Or if you have a bit. Now, I'm not going to say if you have a business, I'm going to wear your shirt because I'm only going to wear my shirts that I want. I need to find a B96 shirt because that's the station I was on in Chicago was B96. So there you go. I don't even know what I was talking about, Lummy. Anyway, here's my 97.9 WLUP Loop Chicago T-shirt. That if you know anything about Chicago, you will definitely understand how legendary of a rock station this was.
Oh, I found your killer, the B96 Killer B.
Yeah.
All right.
You found one?
Yeah. I was going to send you the website.
Send me the website then, okay? All right. So NFL executive Peter O'Reilly said today that the league, the NFL needs to calm down. Listen, it seems like they are hell-bent on developing teams or having teams in London, Germany, and now they're exploring the possibility of having a regular season game in the United Arab Emirates. And they only have games in these cities to test the waters of enthusiasm and attendance. How many years now have they been sending, Seth? How many years have they been sending teams to London?
Probably. It's probably been almost 15, 20 years at this point.
It is like 20 years. And, Bubba, it's beyond that because they know what the market is now. They're just trying to create an interest.
And think about...
What is this? This is Dubai, Dan, by the way. Is this where Dubai is?
Yeah, this is where Dubai is. And Dan, because you were the Buccaneers team, a team doctor, an assistant team doctor under your dad's supervision for 4 or 5 years with the Bucs, and it's such a task for an NFL team to travel. No,
it's huge endeavor.
That's just domestically. When the Bucs would go West Coast, or the Bucs would go to Green Bay, or the Bucs would go, probably the easiest trips were the Atlanta/New Orleans trips.
Because that's why they played in their region, their conference, to make them easier, geographically easier.
Right.
Because back in the day.
But they did usually have a West Coast swing.
Yes.
And the Green Bay Chicago trips, Green Bay Chicago Detroit trips were, not necessarily the easiest either.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, the infrastructure it takes for an NFL team to travel is just you wouldn't believe how much of a pain in the ass. Now, multiply that now where you got domestic, U.S. based, because right now the NFL doesn't have anything outside of the U.S. The northern team being what? Seattle, and Miami being the most southern team, and then everything in between, right?
Yes.
Pretty much.
With Boston, Boston,
or Buffalo,
pretty far north.
Minneapolis, Phoenix, Denver, Chicago. And so anyway, these teams I think are at a distinct disadvantage when they have to go to London. Remember the Packers opened up the season last year in Philadelphia in Brazil.
Yeah.
And of course I read all the Packers stuff and things like that, and the team players were not happy about how disruptive it was. So why is the NFL just trying to shove a European and or some other place outside of the United States? Why are they trying? Are they that they're the most profitable? I don't know, maybe not next to F1. Are they more profitable than F1? I think they probably are.
It's probably close. It's probably hand in hand.
Let me look that up.
Are they the number one sport for popularity or for money made?
Well, you talk about money. So Formula One's more popular, and NFL may make more money.
Well, I'll tell you what probably makes more money than the NFL. Major League Soccer.
F1 is more profitable than the NFL.
So what's let me Google, Bing, whatever the most profitable professional sports sanctioning bodies, and I would say that it's probably probably F1, Major League Soccer, NFL. That would be my prediction with the top 3.
You mean MLS?
No, he means like the European soccer, but that's all that's all disorganized. It's almost like
there's like 10 different leagues.
Right,
Okay.
exactly. It's hard to consolidate
like
that into one.
Yeah,
it's really
probably
confusing.
just NFL and F1. So here's the deal: the only way I could think this could
the most profitable major league sport is the NFL with $16 billion last year.
16 billion. Hold on, 16 billion last year.
Yes,
hold on. 16 billion. Last year, not total worth, total assets, last year, 16 billion. So how much more money do you have to make for your particular sanctioning body at the expense of these players? I mean, I got to think that the NFL Players Association is going to step in and say, listen, we can't do these long form Dubai, Germany, London trips. And the only way they could do it, in my opinion, don't forget, if you're watching on YouTube, give us a thumbs up.
Please.
Nobody, I can't think. Can you
Neil
tell
Mount
me?
Plaisir, $50.
Go, Pat, go.
I mean, the players
Another
are
Green Bay guy. Hold on, stand by for the proper sound effects. Neil Mount. Go, Pat, go. Neil Mount Plaisir had a very rough year last year, lost his father, and he attributes the show of getting him through life. Neil, we love you so very much. Seth, what were you going to say?
It doesn't really. I mean, what are the players going to say? I'm not going. I'm not playing.
No, but no. They're represented, and I think it would be way better to go to Europe than play an extra game. An extra game of injuries. I think they're fools to have allowed that to happen. The extra game, which gives nothing but the NFL profit and does nothing to better the athletes. Zero to better the athletes. But they're so worried about going to England or Brazil.
But here's what.
Come on.
But here's what they could do. Is they could develop like maybe an 8-team. Put 8 teams strategically over there.
They tried that in Europe. It never works.
The World League.
Well, no. But I mean, this is part of the NFL. This is not Barcelona. This isn't, a league that plays during the summertime. They actually put, 8 franchises strategically located over there. They all play each other. Or even what, Dan? Even just a conference, which consists of usually 4 to 5 teams. Put 4 or 5 teams over there. Make them the European conference. They each play each other. Maybe you sucker a couple teams to have to go over there. And then the winner of that conference feeds into our playoff system, when it starts to be the playoff times.
Yeah, they'll look like the NFC South. Bubba, again, I think they're trying to do that. And people said, why would the NFL try to go into Netflix and into Paramount and into all these other TNT?
That's different.
But the NFL was so rich and so profitable at $4 billion a year. They're like, you know what? We can do better. And so everyone's happy about that because everyone's making more money. The owners, the players, you see these quarterbacks getting $50 million a year contracts.
Maybe because the NFL's got so much money, hold on. Let's not forget that they profited $16 million last year.
Billion.
I'm sorry, $16 billion.
And that was profit or gross?
It was profit.
Profit, $16 billion. So that's the profit, right? That's after all the expenses have been paid, all that. So they say if you're an NFL player and you have to travel abroad, then you get an extra, $100,000 or 50, something significant. Now, listen, $100,000 ain't nothing to Patrick Mahomes, but $100,000 to the punter is a lot of money. I'm just saying, $100,000 I think is a lot of money to about anybody, right?
Yes.
So guys got to get more money because of long road trips?
Well, I mean, I think
they should.
They're
dangerous.
I mean,
they're get DVT. Here's the other problem: DVTs. They're gonna get all these. You
What's
take
a DVT, Dan?
The blood clot in the leg, and it happens on long plane rides. And so you got these NFL teams, and like you said, Bubba, moving an NFL team. It's not just the 45 players.
Oh no, my God!
It's the coaches. It's the equipment guys. It's even the
nutrition,
the long guys,
the nutrition,
the video guys. It's everything, and all the actual physical equipment. In the old days, they used to have to send like buses. Trucks to the stadiums because they couldn't fly at all.
Back in the day, like Seth, when Bucks would play at Soldier Field, the equipment guys would load a truck up on Tuesday. And these 2 truck drivers would take 2 semis or a semi full of all the equipment and the Gatorade bottles and the
everything
and the everything. And these guys would semi up to Soldier Field, have everything unloaded for the guys when they get there. I think they still do that.
Sometimes it depends. Sometimes they fly it.
So I mean, listen, I think that the NFL is going to expand, and you're going to expect players to play over there. You may have teams based out of there, but if you're going to get the existing 30, 31 teams to travel over there, it should come with an incentive for the players. They should get extra something just because of how much more uncomfortable and the extra step you have to jump through. I mean, hell, they're making rules and overtime and tush push and other rules for players' safety. Traveling 17 hours on a plane certainly comes with some safety concerns, does it not?
Sure does.
Creatine Travis, $100 on the Bub Army tips.
Thank you, Creatine Travis.
Isn't it just 6 hours from New York to London?
Yeah, but you have to get to New York. So here's Kansas City. You got to fly to New York.
Well, first of all, Dan, I think that any team that would fly over there because it's a private charter, it would be direct. It would be nonstop. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but Kansas City, they probably stop, and they probably, what I'm saying, that may be a natural stop to stop like somewhere on the coast,
Here's
like
what's
in Miami.
Here's what's going to happen is the teams are going to have to get bigger planes with longer.
Right. So they fly the continental type plane to New York, and then they fly the ocean plane.
I don't know,
with twice the size of engines.
I think they just they just pick up the ocean plane from Kansas City and never stop.
Maybe,
in my opinion.
Yeah, but I'm sure they had that worked out.
Elon Musk in Wisconsin.
Maybe.
Oh, hold on. Where's that coming from? Damn it! I had it. There we go. Elon Musk. Here's what I don't understand. Elon Musk is coming in here, and he's trying to save the country money. And you may or may not like what he's doing. You may or may not like Trump putting him in charge of this Doge department. But listen, we all know that our government, whether you're a Republican or a Democrat or an independent, we all know that our government has a ton of wasteful spending. We all do. I mean, these bills that they add the pork on, they'll have a really good bill. They'll have a really, really good bill. Like, there needs to be a new bridge, somewhere in Wisconsin. This bridge is 100 years old. It's going to break down. It's dilapidated. We need, much like the Howard Franklin, Lummy, in that big construction project, which I don't necessarily know is going to be what they think it's going to be.
Probably not.
But it was, I don't know how many billions of dollars, but it was a bill that was passed. And then, but I guarantee you that Howard Franklin bridge construction deal that they passed here in Tampa, which is now, I think, completed after 4 or 5 years, on that bill, it just wasn't, let's build a new bridge. That's it. No, because they start adding these Congress people and people from other areas. If they're like, hey, listen, if you're going to have me vote for this bridge that you need here, Mr. Johnny Tampa guy, I need my boys club, my YMCA in Marion County needs a $3 million facelift. And so you need to add that to your bill. So the next thing you know, now there's a $3 million facelift bill in Marion County. Then the guy from Tallahassee says, hey, listen, I got a homeless problem in downtown Tallahassee, and I need an extra $200,000 in police department funds to be able to combat this homeless deal. You need to add that to the bill. And that's what, for forever, since we've been alive, every bill that goes through Congress or the Senate has what they call pork. Would we all not agree that there's never a bill that's just a bill?
Yep.
It's always got a bunch of add-ons to it, and I think Elon and Vinaswamy and these guys have really carved out
Ramaswamy's not in there anymore.
Oh, did he quit?
He's running for governor for Ohio.
I hope he wins. I really like that guy.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
I really like that guy. I'll tell you another guy who I'm starting to like now. You guys are going to think I'm absolutely crazy. I'm starting to kind of like Fetterman.
Yeah,
I really am, and I'm a huge fan of Tulsi Gabbard.
Fetterman, I thought was incompetent to run, and he's starting to make more sense. But who's also comes across so charming is Gavin Newsom, and he's the only one besides Fetterman. But Fetterman just inherently looks crazy, but he's not talking crazy anymore. But
I think
Gavin Newsom's talking more moderately, and he's going to be the next challenger.
People are going to have a short memory, because whoever runs against Gavin Newsom is going to take the California wildfires and shove it right up his ass.
Yeah,
he so mishandled that. That was so mishandled, and you're talking about
money.
Very, very, very influential people that lost,
everything.
I mean, not
to the
just
ground.
Kenneth City and a $49,000 mobile home that burnt down. We're talking about $40 and $50 million mansions on the Pacific Palisades. I don't know that Gavin Newsom will be able to recover from that if his opponent knows how to shove it up his ass. So that being said,
is the next election going to be Trump versus Obama?
No, Trump's done. Trump is done.
You haven't seen the news though.
You didn't get the yeah.
Oh, is that what they're trying to...
He's teasing a third run, talking about maybe, even like stopping. Here's the argument. He has two arguments on this one.
He needs to shut up.
Well,
I voted for him. And I had lunch with Fabrizi yesterday, and Fabrizi was right. He's like, I voted for the guy, but the guy just needs to shut up. He just sometimes he just talks too much.
Yep.
So what were you going to say, Lummy? Or what were you going to say, Dan?
I don't even remember.
Or Seth was going to say something.
Yeah, the third year teasing.
Oh, the third year. Oh, yeah, the third year stuff. Okay, so there's two ways to do it. The one way that would actually work constitutionally is if he gave up the office in less than 2 years, he'd arguably be eligible for a third term.
God, that is just so... You know what? That will kill him and his legacy and everything that he has done good for our country up until that point will completely be just absolutely wiped out, because that is just an absolute narcissistic megalomaniac. Like, stop.
I don't disagree. However, the change, it was never in the Constitution that you could only do 2 terms, but there was an amendment that was added right after FDR, decided not to do like 4 or 5 terms. But it would have to repeal the amendment. It's not in the Constitution, but it does say consecutive terms too. So it's there is some legal room in this.
The guy's 70-something already.
Stop.
I mean, just let him
go in there.
See after 2 years.
Do your 4 years.
He talks like he's going to live forever, though, which is kind of cool.
Do some great things, and let the Democrats regroup, and let's see where we are. Listen, a lot of the Trump stuff that he's proposed and a lot of people were really excited about have been shot down in the federal court system.
Temporarily.
Yes, but it's not going through, without any opposition. And so he has that whole process. And so get what you can get done. You're doing, you got some great ideas. Let's see what sticks. And after 4 years, gracefully walk away as one. I think there's only been 1 or 2 or 3 presidents that's been able to do what he did, and that is win, lose, win.
One other
president.
Yeah, was it Teddy Roosevelt?
No, Taft.
Yeah.
Taft. And be the greatest president you can be. But stop with this narcissistic, I'm going to quit after 2 years and then technically I can win again. That's what makes people hate this guy.
Yeah.
Is when he does that. Stop with that nonsense. Elon Musk in Wisconsin. Now Wisconsin is holding a Supreme Court election. And I think it's tied right now 4-4. And so I think the person that might be ahead might be a conservative, which at that point would skew the Wisconsin Supreme Court conservative. I don't know, but I think Elon was there to hold a rally for this guy, and they're saying he got booed. Did he get booed off stage?
No, they
cheered him.
guys. Yeah,
he was well received.
Like shocking, really. It's insane. Yeah, it's really wild. So, like,
get out of here! Somebody said, "Get out of here."
I mean, it was inevitable that at least a few Soros operatives would be in the audience.
No, he's getting heckled by a couple people.
Right.
Give my regards to George. Say hi to George for me.
Doesn't it just feel so awkward when he's getting the business a little bit? Doesn't he just feel so awkward?
Well, I mean, he is a little awkward just by definition, and so I think he's entertaining, and he is super.
I think
smart,
he's doing great stuff,
and I think he's doing some good stuff. And he said it. He really summarized it well.
Bubba, when he came out, sorry, Dr. Dan, in that clip, they didn't show it, but he walks out with his cheese head.
Then signs it and whips it to the crowd.
But he's so awkward looking.
Yeah, I know. He's like Brian Matronian with a cheese head. But still, the beautiful thing he has done.
Why are you taking so many shots at Brian? Jesus.
Oh, he can take 1,000 shots at me, but I take 2 little happy little gentle shots, and you scold me for it?
No, I'm not scolding.
Come on.
No, hold on. Was it a scold or was it a question? Was it a scold?
It was a scold. Absolutely a scold.
It was a question. Why do you take so many shots at Brian? That was a question.
All right.
It was not a scold.
Okay.
And your answer, I agree with. He does take shots at you.
The entire 4 hours.
And you're taking shots back. And you know what? You didn't hear me say, I took it. I took it as a great explanation. You're right. He takes shots at you. You've taken 2 little ones at him. I'm good with it.
Okay.
It was a question.
Okay.
You answered it.
It was a scolding question.
It was okay, potentially a scolding question. You answered it, and I'm good with your answer.
Okay. So back to what he said. He said something that was really insightful, and that is when people bitch the most, they're the most guilty. And what you see now is the people that are complaining the most about what Elon Musk and Doge has done are the people that have been sucking on America's teat privately, secretively, probably fraudulently for the last 20 years. And so they're the ones bitching the most because they're afraid that they're going to get exposed and that their little breast milk is going to dry up.
Great. Okay, I got you. Love the song, by the way.
Everybody.
Thanks, Chief.
He's so awkward.
Charlie Chief, $20 for Go Dan Go. Woo. Here's the thing, though. I remember when they first started. Doge first kind of got up and running, and they were really hacking a lot of this money out of here and finding it. We sent this much there and that much there and this much there. I want to know how much of that stuff stuck. Like, a lot of it went to a federal court and it got shot down. But I want to know they've kind of laid off on what they have found wasteful spending wise, and I'd like to get a report on what has stuck.
Looks like 115 billion so far.
115 billion has stuck.
Yeah, which Elon wants to try to get to 1 trillion, but 115 so far is stuck.
Bonafide stuck, meaning not been shot down by a federal court.
Correct.
And 115. Okay, well you'll be my you can be my You can be my guy that tells me what sticks, because that's what you can say that we found this and we found that, but a lot of it's getting shot down and reversed, and it ends up going to where it was going to begin with. But you're saying 115 billion has stuck, and he's working his way to 1 trillion by the end of the fiscal year?
Yeah, it looks like 350 million has been shot down.
Okay.
So almost 400 billion, but they're stopping 350.
So again, only about 25 to 30% of what they publicly say they have cut out is sticking.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So, again, they say they've cut $400 million, only $1.25 stuck. That's about 30%. I'm not very good at math, but
that's about right. A third.
Thanks for coming. What do you think of my hat? All right, I'm gonna.
Dear Elon, let me just. I'm done. I'm done with you signing a cheese head and throwing it out to the crowd. You know what would work so much better? And even Seth Kushner might even attend a Republican-based Elon Musk appearance if Elon said, I'm going to walk up, I'm going to give you my spiel, give you my speech, tell you who I'm supporting as a candidate, and everybody that walks into the event will be given a ticket, and somebody's winning a brand new Cybertruck. I'm giving away a brand new Cybertruck to somebody that attends this rally.
But he one upped it. He gave away $1 million each to 2 people.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Take
that, Oprah.
Hold on. From his own personal gimmick or from Doge?
Well, I don't know. That's a good question,
wallet.
but it is coming from Elon.
Wow, I like that. All right, so I've seen enough of Elon getting booed in Wisconsin. When I come back, this next story.
You want to see his morning routine?
Oh
too?
no! Oh no!
I just us as Americans.
We're gonna chug this stuff for 4 hours.
Us, and it's not a jabroni company. It's Arizona. The Arizona iced tea, Arizona beverage.
20 years, man. They've been huge.
Is a huge. In fact, it might even have been absorbed by
Pepsi,
one of.
I think Pepsi.
Exactly. That's what happens. Is these small energy drinks like Bang and a Monster. I think even Monster got absorbed by Coca-Cola. These drinks that start doing well regionally for a couple 2-3 years, they always get rolled into like the Nestle Blanc. Like I think Nestle is a huge.
Arizona tea is still it's
still its own.
Yeah,
it's still its own entity.
Yes, it is.
Wow, it's a wonder it's not gotten absorbed by
It will after this.
You're probably God.
This is what's going to make them from I don't know whatever they're worth. It's going to add $500 million to their evaluation.
Man, we as Americans in the things that we make popular. I mean, from Hawk to the Riz. Oh my God. You got some fat little kid who scratches his chin.
It's time to embrace it, man.
Can of diabetes.
No, it's not. It's time to turn the hate up.
He's 8.
I can hate an 8-year-old. Trust me, I can hate an 8-year-old.
Is it hard or it's easy for you?
It depends on the 8-year-old. Like for instance, your 8-year-old. I think she's cute. I like her.
Thanks.
Walker's not got to 8 yet, but I'm sure that it'll be the same with him.
That climate chick girl that was a kid.
Oh, yeah.
Greta
Van Thornburg.
Did you like her as a kid?
No.
Were you a big fan?
Hate that
big
bitch.
poster of her on the wall.
How dare you?
She's actually gotten a million times worse too.
Yeah, she hates the Jewish people now.
I hate her, and I'm not Jew. I hate her. I hate her. I hate the Riz too. This is exact. Or how about that? Or that one? That older guy. That how you doing? How you doing?
That guy's nothing. He will never.
How you doing?
That guy is not as big as the Rizzler.
Oh my God, the Rizzler! Somebody literally let me take me out back and put a bullet in my head. I'm sitting here at nearly 60 years old trying to create great content on on a 40-year. Career of being, an entertainer, if you will. I can't get, I'm obviously we can pay the bills. Last month was actually a pretty good month.
Oh, nice.
Mostly, you know what saved last month? Do you know what saved last?
$199.
Because I just closed the books on March. Do you know? No. Do you know what saved March?
Bubba Army Alpha. All right.
Bubba Army Alpha saved March. Now, I don't know what's going to save April, but Alpha saved March. hopefully we're not taking as much time off in April. I think we only taken 1 day off. So we'll be, I think that one whole week, Lummy, that killed us. I mean, money-wise.
Oh, yeah.
Right. So when I come back, there's a story now that Arizona Iced Tea or the Arizona Beverage Company now, they're doing a collabo with that little fat bastard, the Rizzler, that little fat, no good son of a bitch.
Oh, by the way, I sent you his morning routine.
Oh, you IM'd it to me?
Yes, I did.
Okay. We'll get into all that next.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
I just can't wait to read in 5 years how he's broken. He's suing everybody in his family for taking all of his money.
Like Gary Coleman?
Like Gary Coleman.
Bon,
like all those, like all the kids. Brooke Shields, Britney Spears, they all do it. Lindsay Lohan, they all have problems.
And then they'll put him in guardianship or some bullshit.
Yeah, all of this, yeah. This kid's going to be in guardianship trying to keep him away.
All right, let me, you sent me a gimmick?
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe it's time we become his guardian.
This is his morning routine.
Oh, Jesus.
Wait, he's got, what's up with the Band-Aids? Was he got snoring problems? Is it a breathe right strip on his nose?
Oh, it's a Band-Aid.
It's a breathe right strip.
Was it really?
I think so he can breathe. He's probably got sleep apnea.
By the way, 12 million views.
Is that for his bowl of cereal? Oh. Oh, you're kidding me. You're kidding me. We're not on air, right? You're. He soaks his face in a bowl of cereal.
All right, boys, let's get this going. XP's got to be at least 10,000.
The only thing that's redeeming about this is the kids will die of diabetes in the next 3 to 4 years. Oh, some more food, some more sugar.
Reasons. Oh, he's gonna go exercise.
He's got one of those stupid douchebag helmets. I used to tease Danny's friends that had that helmet. Wait, he's got training wheels?
No, he doesn't.
He had training wheels in that bike.
Did he really?
He had training wheels in that bike, Bubba.
No, he didn't.
This
No, he didn't.
stupid fuck can't even ride a bike.
No, he's got fucking pegs.
Those are
Those are
usually
pegs? Oh, shit. I used to mock the kids. One of Danny's friends had it. I'm like, dude, are you kidding me? You're 13, you still got the fucking thing down the middle of the helmet. Take it off. Here's a helmet you can have. Please, I don't want you riding with my son with that stupid ass helmet on your head. Iggy, I hope that made you laugh.
Well, he is free. I mean, I'm teaching my kid how to bike right now, so hopefully he's not 8.
How old is he?
3.
No, how old is this kid? 8? Rizzler?
Yeah.
He might be like those Cuban Little League pitchers, though. He might really be 13.
Oh,
yeah.
Can you tell the syrup guy that we're gonna get it and like, God, he's going fucking crazy. I guess he's sending us some syrup or something, and not even the good syrup, the fucking maple syrup, and he's like every fucking day wearing us out. Have you seen it?
Yeah.
The pancakes?
Yeah, the syrup that you like from New York.
I mean, how many emails has he sent? 4?
I just keep seeing Erica replying to emails that just kept saying syrup, syrup, syrup.
Yeah.
God, I just don't know if it's the same one or
God
not.
damn, Scott, what's his name? Scott Marshall. Jesus Christ, let it go, buddy. When we get your fucking syrup, we'll put it over like $1 million fucking dollars. But God damn, do you have a job or a life, motherfucker?
He could check the tracking.
See, I can treat that COVID.
Fuck.
Hey, Seth.
Yes, sir.
You know an email that I just saw that I haven't seen? Do you remember Prodigy?
Yeah.
We have a listener that uses Prodigy.
Who? What's that?
We have a listener that emailed me from a Prodigy.
Oh, okay.
Mommy's such a fucking mumbler.
I have seen it, Gary.
Because you told me before not to talk too loud when you're
you're over here
breaks.
mumbling like a
A
drunk.
buddy of mine said it's the best value. He pulled the patches look good. I just have like certified football.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
As much as I dinged you, yesterday being the last day of the month, well, it's the first of the month.
Wake up, wake up, wake up. It's the first of the month. Wake up, wake up.
I was listening to that today. I love that song.
Bone Thugs.
Man, they were so
way
ahead of their time.
Man. They were like way ahead of their time. And then one of them went to prison for having like an automatic machine gun. I think they're from Cleveland.
Yeah.
And one of them went to prison, but they were good.
They really are. I was just taking it all in when I heard it again.
First of the month.
You've never really heard anything like it.
Yeah.
Singing rap.
What was it? First of the month and
Crossroads. Meet me at the crossroads.
Crossroads.
Well, you won't be lonely.
It's a shame though, because you could legally own a machine gun, and to have one illegally is just foolish.
Well, it's just thug.
I know,
It's
but
on
it's
brand.
so easy to just own one legally.
We have consulted with our new Chief Riz CRO, which stands for Chief Riz Officer, the Rizzler, to bring the most Riz-enhancing drink known to man, Rizberry, coming soon. This comes from the Arizona,
Arizona with two Z's.
Yeah, and this is going to be the can with this fat little bull. I have so much disdain for this guy.
Where does it come from?
Because I want.
Do you wish you were him?
No, I want people to make it that are talented.
Weren't people banging that Kim Kardashian drum? They're like, what did she do? Why is she famous? All she did was have sex with Ray J on camera.
I agree with that. I agree with that too.
Is it about talent, or is it about being at the right place at the right time, or being hot? Or...
I think it's about being at the right place, the right time, and how stupid America has become. Don't forget, we made a star, out of Haktua. We made a star out of what was that girl's name? Billie
Eilish?
Billie
Jean Armstrong?
No, the girl that was the podcaster.
The girl is kind of that weird affect.
Bobby Altoff.
And we made, she was a 15-minute gimmick.
But she was, she had a shtick.
She's the most talented of everybody that I've spit out of my mouth so far.
Yeah, you put her next to Hawk too. It's not even night and day.
No.
She's done something.
Now is Hawk Tua, is she just done? Or is she facing legal problems because of that crypto coin she tried to come up with? And, that's, man, when you're messing with the SEC.
No, they investigated, but nothing's going to happen. And I guess I heard she made maybe I don't know if it was Lummy, or I read that she made $50 or $100 million off of it. So I don't know if we're going to be seeing her anytime soon. They got the
like she made $50 million legit. Like she's not in trouble over it.
That's what I know that they're not being investigated anymore, and I think that's why they were able to come out.
Her ex has been suspended during the investigation of her crypto scandal.
Her ex has been suspended for what?
For her being in the controversy of the crypto scandal.
I know, but he's been suspended from what?
Ex.
Oh. So I mean, listen,
Her
I'll take.
her ex account has been suspended.
Sorry, Twitter. Her Twitter.
Oh, I thought like her ex-boyfriend.
Lummy, God, you're so stupid.
What
I
they
didn't
call it?
understand.
I thought you meant her ex-boyfriend. God damn it, Lummy.
Bubba, they say literally.
You should have said her.
ex.
You should have said her ex account has been suspended.
I did actually.
Not her.
I did actually, Bubba. I said her ex account, and you guys all said her ex boyfriend. I said her ex account has been suspended.
That haircut you got's made you dumber.
I just didn't say Twitter. Because they in the article
Who
it
cares?
says X.
My ex account has been suspended for 5 years, but if I had made $50 million clean, suspend it all you want.
Come up with a new email.
I could care less. I don't even need X. I won't go to X. I won't be anywhere as far as social media wise if I got $50 million.
Right, I'm on my 10 million yacht spending 40.
Yeah. I don't need nothing. I got my, you know what? I'll make my own social media if I got 50 million clean. So her ex account, her Twitter account, has been suspended.
Yes.
And that's the only ramification or penalty supposedly she's faced because of.
Well, there's a lot of lawsuits against her.
Well, you know, her fans that invested their life savings that lost it all.
Yes.
Now
those people are idiots, man.
But hold on now. But it's got to be worth something, doesn't it? I mean, where did all the money go? And to her?
Her and the people that helped her.
Would you buy it? You bought it like 44 and sold it like, 5 or something like that?
It pretty much crashed the pennies, it said.
So she is Haktua. Maybe you'll never hear from her again, or her ex account has been suspended, but she might have made $50 million on the Haktua coin that she presented for, and it was all in one day, didn't it blow up and then also blow up in one day? I mean, it went to they introduced it. It accelerated unbelievably high and then crashed by the end. It was a 1-day ordeal, wasn't it? I mean, I don't think this was a multi-day deal where, she started offering it on Monday.
She dumped it when it got high and then all of a sudden it collapsed?
But I think it was not she got into it on Monday, it built, and then on Thursday it started going down and she dumped it. I think it was it was a Monday deal or a Wednesday deal and she offered it, and then by 3 o'clock she dumped hers. And by 5 o'clock, the whole thing was screwed up. That's the way I understood it. Is there anybody else that has any other information?
Sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Does that kid's hair look like Colton's hair?
Yeah, kind of. I would much rather Colton be the next big thing in life by having developed some type of. I scratch my chin. I mean, let's just.
The kid's kind of cute.
Let's be honest.
He's cute.
He is a not cute, having gotten lucky fat ass, and that comes from when you're a fellow fat ass like me. You can call somebody it's like a black guy can call a black guy a black guy.
Yeah, a white guy can't call a black guy a black guy.
Well, no, not really. But a fat ass can call a fat ass a fat ass.
Absolutely. And you have standing,
so
Bubba.
The only this kid doesn't have any special attribute. He didn't have anything that he can do that's super special that a lot of people can't do. The only thing he does is he scratches his face and does that's it. Every one of us. You could teach Walker, Lummy, how to do this in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Sammy could learn how to do this in 3 minutes. This is nothing. It's stupid. And why have we and now the Arizona, drink company? God.
Hey, does he raise an eyebrow when he does it?
Yeah, he
does raise one eyebrow.
Yeah.
Are you able to?
So let me hear. I don't know if I can raise an eyebrow or not. Let me. Here's some additional footage on the Rizzler.
Oh boy!
And you sent me his morning routine as well. Where's that? Here it is. This is his morning.
His body is like a foreskin trying to swallow the end of a penis.
Jesus.
I'm trying to find. Let me where you sent me that.
I'll resend it.
I got it. I got it. All right,
he represents phimosis.
This is the Rizzler's morning routine. Can I make it bigger up here like this? Here we go. This is what America is enamored by, and this is what the Arizona Tea Company now has invested in. This little fat bastard having the what's it called? The tea's called the Riz. The Riz.
The Riz.
I know you know.
I think it's.
This is the Rizinator's morning routine.
So is that a Band-Aid over his lips?
Rizinator.
I don't know. I wish they would put a bag over his head.
I don't understand it. Looks like he has a Band-Aid over his mouth, so he can only breathe through his nose.
Puts on his slippers.
Does he put a Band-Aid on his mouth so he doesn't like wake up in the middle of the night and eat?
Thank you. Thank you.
At least he's nice.
Yeah. Still hasn't seen his own penis, but. Come on, Bubba. This is pandering.
Dan. This is what America.
It's at 12 million views.
This is 12 million views, Dan.
All right, boys, let's get this dub. XP's got to be at least 10,000. Thank you. Thank you.
So do you think that people just cater to him and just like wait hand and foot on him?
Yep. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
If you're his parents and he's making, 15, 20, 30, 40 grand a month on YouTube doing this stupid stuff. This has 15 million views.
He's your paycheck.
Someone said this is a spoof on another video that someone did.
Okay,
did someone else do a video like this and he's just mocking it?
This is a viral thing right now as far as a morning routine.
Thank you.
He is a polite little guy.
All right, he's already out of breath. Here's more Rizzler. Here's more Riz. There's the can of Arizona iced tea. Here's another thing that I found.
Just signed with the New York Knicks. After the Knicks traded.
See, this is what I don't understand. Did the Knicks really, Lummy, bring him out on court?
Yeah, and the Mets did too. The Mets have brought him out.
So he's a pro football, baseball player.
So just watch. Just watch.
For Karl Anthony Towns, they could only afford to sign the Rizzler and Big Justice to fill their final roster spots. Big Justice is expected to be the backup point guard, and he can already knock down shots from anywhere on the court. While the Rizzler is expected to be the backup shooting guard, but he still needs to work on his mid-range jump shot. Will Big Justice and the Rizzler lead the Knicks to an NBA championship? The Rizzler just...
So the NBA, New York Knicks... very prestigious franchise, and the New York Mets have both made little spoofs with this guy on the court, shooting baskets.
Well, but that was a celebrity basketball game thing. This guy just made this just as like a parody piece of content. He's doing like a fake news report.
I know, but still, even for the New York Knicks to carve out him as a celebrity and a part of a celebrity basketball game makes me sick to my stomach.
I don't know. I don't know why, man. I don't know why.
Just because
I'm really trying to figure it out.
There's so many people in this world that have so much talent. There's so many people that can sing, and there's so many people that can, play the guitar and have and things like that. And all it takes is to be a fat ass 8-year-old to be able to rub your face and act. I can't wrap my head around it.
Can we get one of you doing the?
No, absolutely not. I'm not doing.
You won't do it?
No.
No, not the Rizzler thing, the morning routine thing.
Oh, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. There's a poop involved. Take a poop.
You have to put that part in.
Well, oh my God.
You can go into the door and come out of the door. You can have like a clock going like 25 minutes later.
You guys have got to hear.
There's already kind of a blueprint for it, by the way.
You've got to hear
yes.
my... You've got to hear my bowel movement explosion that I had yesterday. It's the worst that I've ever had in my natural life.
Really?
I'll tell it here in a moment.
Do you have video or audio of it?
No, of course not. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, you're on the air. Go ahead, buddy.
Hey, this is the old AFib Willie from Charleston from last week.
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Good. I just want to talk to Dr. Dan real quick and tell him I went out of AFib finally after about a week.
Wow. Congratulations.
Now, you talked to us.
What got you out?
You had talked to us last week, and Dan had given you some information. So to pick it up from your call last week and what happened.
I got in with a big boy cardiologist, like you said. They scheduled a echocardiogram and a what is called a cardioversion, possibly, or a TTE, depending on the echocardiogram. But I was just really wanting to let Dan know that I came out. It took me almost a whole week to come out of AFib, which I guess isn't normal.
No, and you can form a clot after the first 48 to 72 hours. So I'm glad you're out of it. I'm glad you didn't have a clot. You don't have a stroke. I'm glad you got appropriate care. And a transesophageal echocardiogram is, the sine qua non test to evaluate that. So you good boy, getting to a big boy cardiologist.
And for listening, a lot of people call the show and they'll kind of blow off your advice or whatever because it requires to jump through a few hoops. But this guy took what you said, immediately did it, and at the end of the day, figured it out and is well on his way to probably getting fixed.
Good job.
Yeah, it sounds like it. I just had one more question for Dan. Is the TTE where they go in and I guess they take a look at your heart?
Yeah, it's a transesophageal echocardiogram, and what they do is because the esophagus is right next to the heart, it's a better picture.
Okay. Yeah, I was trying to figure out how they did that, and should I have him do that regardless, or is that something he won't do if he doesn't feel like he needs to?
If he still wants to do it, again, I'm not a cardiologist. I would defer to the expertise of your cardiologist, who seems like he's on top of it. And so I would just follow his advice. If he tells you something you're not comfortable with, call back.
Okay, cool, man. Well, I appreciate it, guys. Love the show.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, bud. Thanks.
Good luck.
I was gonna run this last week. I figured run it now before you go into words. And there's this filmmaker who really had a hard time in Los Angeles making a film on college anti-Semitism, and I guess the blowback they got from Hollywood was just way not expected. And I think maybe it goes right along the line. I just don't understand why any industry or any geographical area or anybody for that matter is so, anti-Semitism. I don't understand it. And it seems like, listen, you can say what you want about Trump, but it seems like he's doing more for that particular subsect than the other guy, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, he's a little more unwavering publicly about it.
He's got a Jewish grandson, and his son-in-law is Jewish, and he has been a big champion for Israel and their causes. And what I can't understand is the disconnect between the American Jew and Israel.
Yeah.
I thought that there would be an army of activists and celebrities who would be out, and I felt completely betrayed by Hollywood.
I'm Wendy Sachs. I'm the director and the executive producer and the writer of October 8. It's a documentary film about the explosion of anti-Semitism on college campuses, on social media, and in the streets of America in the aftermath of Hamas's attack on Israel on October 7th, 2023. I was visiting my daughter, Lexi, at the University of Wisconsin-Madison on October 7th, 2023, and it was game day. And we were going to go pregame, and we saw, everything coming out of southern Israel, the rocket attacks. The Rocket Alert app on my phone was blowing up. The images coming out of Israel, of babies and children, young people, grandparents being murdered. Their murders were being live streamed and being put on Facebook. The videos from Telegram of Nova Festival, young people being taken hostage and kidnapped into Gaza.
Less than 24 hours ago on the lands
from the sea and from the air. The people of the United
States. It was on October 8th when I saw the protests in Times Square. And then I saw what was happening the next day on October 9th at Harvard, where more than 30 student groups signed on to a letter blaming Israel on the attack on itself. And then we saw the same thing happen, campus after campus, from Columbia to NYU to Tulane, MIT, Cornell, Penn. It was
that was the portion of this that I couldn't understand, as to how major universities, presidents, security allowed all of the protesting, violent protesting on these campuses that impeded all students, but in particular Jewish students, to travel freely amongst their university to get to class, and how they were blocking classrooms and writing graffiti on walls. And listen, each university is, most universities are somewhat liberal leaning, and they can protest, and there's areas of peaceful protest. You can protest all you want peacefully. They give you a little area that you can, raise hell on. But man, some major, very well-respected Ivy League institutions bought in and allowed this. That's what I couldn't understand.
It's like, it just felt like the world had lost its mind. I mean, here Hamas is being celebrated as freedom fighters rather than as terrorists. The silence, the dismissal, the denial. And so by the end of October, I knew that I needed to document what was happening, and that's when I wrote a treatment for the film. I was told all throughout Hollywood, no one's going to touch this film. Like, I couldn't get representation from the main agencies.
But meanwhile, WME, William Morris Agency, and the CMG. I don't know what. There's a couple major agencies, and they're Jewish owned or ran. And a lot of the heads of entertainment from various studios are Jewish influenced. So,
are we sure it wasn't some whole campaign against her, or maybe it was just her movie sucked?
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know that her movie sucked.
Probably a little bit of both.
And here's another thing, Bubba, that I don't understand, because being a product of higher education, almost, a huge percentage of people in higher education and in academia are Jewish. Not a huge percentage of them are Middle Eastern Muslims. And so I like you, I'm dumbfounded how these major universities who have, literally tens of thousands of Jewish alumni and a high percentage of Jewish professors and students. When I went to Duke, it was 1/3 Jewish. When I went to medical school, it was 1/3 Jewish. When I went to law school, it was almost 1/3 Jewish. And so I don't understand how that voice got silenced by such a small, violent minority and bent over and took it.
And a minority that really didn't have a dog in the fight. A lot of these people were not Palestinian. A lot of these people were not, they didn't even, they were just like lost students that thought that this was the cool cause. They really didn't have a dog in the fight.
Cornell, Penn, it just felt like the world had lost its mind. I mean, here Hamas is being celebrated as freedom fighters rather than as terrorists. The silence, the dismissal, the denial. And so by the end of October, I knew that I needed to document what was happening, and that's when I wrote a treatment for the film. I was told all throughout Hollywood, no one's going to touch this film. Like, I couldn't get representation from the main agencies like UTA or CAA or Gersh or people who I was speaking to. The agents didn't want to represent the film, largely because it's just so hard to make money from it. Not because they didn't think it was a good film. I was hearing all the time, this is a great film, good for you. Thank you for doing this. But hey, we can't touch it because, Netflix won't have it, Hulu won't have it, Amazon won't have it. Like, that's what I heard for, pretty much the entire process of making this movie. Ultimately, we did find distribution which is incredible, and that we're going to be in theaters across the country is unbelievable. So there's a few themes to the film. One is that this is not about Jews and this is not about Israel. This is much bigger than the Jewish community. This is much bigger than the state of Israel. This is about all of us here in America. This is about the West. This is truly about Islamic jihadism, extremism versus democracy. So that's what the stakes are right now.
You know what pissed me off more than anything, before I go to words, is that you'd watch these protesters, and if you would walk up to them and really ask them, what are you protesting? What's your opinion on what happened? What did happen? In your mind, what happened? And in your mind, what are you protesting?
Right, what do you create as a solution? What do you propose as a solution?
Just ask them, what happened? What are you protesting? And how can we fix it?
And the thing is, Bubba, that these people that are bitching and moaning and trying to preserve the Hamas way don't understand that the Hamas way wants them dead and won't allow them to protest. It's not really democracy versus jihadism. It's personal freedom versus Sharia. And so do we want to preserve the right to have a differing opinion? Or do we want everyone to have to live under a religious dogma that prevents us from, respecting women?
And you know
that
what?
Prevents us from saying what we want to say, and God forbid you speak out against the state religion.
And there wouldn't be one fat, dark-haired bitch that I saw, on Cornell or Columbia with a Palestinian rag on her head, and river to the sea up a sign protesting, that would be able to have said what you just said.
Exactly, and
they would be like, Jews suck.
Right, and the other thing is
that would be the only thing they could say.
And you take that, that purple-haired transitioning person and that's protesting for Hamas or Hezbollah, and you put them in Hamas or Hezbollah's environment, and they're going to throw them off the top of the building.
And they're going to kill them.
Right, exactly.
So you're sticking up and protesting for a group of people that, if you were in their geographical area, would kill you.
Yet
that's how stupid you are.
Yeah, and that same person is the one that's calling Elon Musk a Nazi because he's trying to cut government waste. That's the same guy, and that same person is being paid by somebody.
That's our America.
But they're being paid by a third party, Bubba. They're so stupid. They don't even know how to protest because they don't even know what they're protesting. They don't understand the concepts of it.
I wish they would get one of these people that have been paid and said, here's my checks or here's my money. I'm flipping now, and I'm going to expose who paid me and how much they paid me to go to do these protests. I'd love that.
Well, I mean, we heard a little bit like when, like Oprah got paid, so much money to campaign for Kamala. And so we'll hear about it, and there'll be some outrage, and then it'll go away, and we'll start, buying Arizona Riz tea.
Hello, who's this?
Hey, what's going on? It's
You're
Pedro,
right.
Cool guy.
You're right, Dan. The reason why Arizona Riz tea is because we're the stupid ass wipes that did protest this whole big Jewish deal and got some money for it. So
right. I'm looking for a purple-haired, protester drinking Riz tea.
Right, there you go. That's why the Rizzler is the Rizzler. Hello.
Hey, it's Pedro.
Hi, Pedro, the pool guy.
Hey, actually, I have a question for.
Are you
Dr.
Cuban
Dan.
or you Guatemalan? I don't know if you got a big one or a little one.
Dan, let's not get down there. He has a question. Let's get him in and out.
Dan's on fire.
Yeah, Dan needs to chill out.
Don't put him out.
Give Danny no, but we're late, and then if you ask him a question, then we're going to go down that path. It's going to take extra time. It's just easier to answer his question and get out. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Don't give him any more rope to hang himself. Pedro, go ahead quickly.
Well, actually, I'll hold to the break because I had a syncope event that I need to discuss with Dr. Dan.
Well, you're going to tell me you're going to hold through the break?
Please?
No, why don't you just ask the question, we'll answer it, and we'll be a little bit late. And Dan will not answer it long-windedly. He'll answer it efficiently. Go ahead.
Copy. All right. So 2 weeks ago, we were at our new house we're trying to buy, and I had a syncope event where I passed out and face planted in our driveway. Woke up 20 minutes later in the back of an ambulance. And when I face planted, I had a seizure. So there's nothing that led up to this. No heart issues, no health issues. The only thing that happened was when I had my wisdom teeth removed a month prior, I had an adverse reaction to that, passed out, and urinated myself. Same thing happened when I face planted and had a seizure.
Did you bust up your face at all?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, my nose, my chin, my wrists, my knees.
Teeth okay?
What's that?
Teeth okay?
Yeah, thankfully. I actually have braces, and that kept my teeth in my face.
Nice.
So it also happened in front of my kids, so now they're like freaking out every time I do anything. They're like, "Oh, are you okay, Dad?" I'm like,
Dan, we're trying to make this expeditiously
quick,
instead of quick asking more questions to sidelight him. We're trying to get this done quickly. If we could, thank you. All right, go ahead.
So I have an appointment with a cardiologist and a neurologist. Is there anything I should specifically ask them or have them test?
The neurologist, any kind of seizure foci, they probably want to do a CT or an MRI of your head to make sure there's nothing going on causing this. Secondly, the cardiologist would look for arrhythmias. They may want to do a 24-hour Holter monitor where they check your heart rates for 24 hours to make sure you're not going into an arrhythmia. They'd be doing that. And then personally, what you need to do is make sure you eat breakfast every day and keep yourself well nourished and not dehydrated so you don't have a vasovagal syncope episode. Sometimes just you stand up and you drop. And so you need to be careful. You know the warning signs and protect yourself and your face. It's not going to happen when you're just driving. It's going to happen in events like where you're outside or you're sitting down and you stand up suddenly or you haven't eaten breakfast and you're over pushing yourself. So just be careful.
Okay.
All right, Pedro, thank you. Thank you. Let's go to words. Thank you for Pedro the Pool Guy.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
I'm about to go to 2 doctors, but what should I ask the doctors?
Yeah.
I get lightheaded and shit, Dan, in the afternoons, and I attribute it to the fact that I haven't eaten at all day.
It's food. It's food.
I get a little dizzy
You
sometimes.
if you stand up and suddenly do something, you say something, you get nauseous.
Oh yeah. It's like
You need the food.
It happens like when I get out of the car, and then I'm like,
I stand up out of a car, you can drop. I've
Yeah.
seen people do it.
oh fuck. I don't get an appetite until later.
You should keep like a little protein bar in your car or something.
I mean, those things aren't that durable.
Like bring it in, put it in the fridge, take it back out with you.
Then I'm treating a protein bar like a kid, you know? Bring it out of the sun, bring it inside Publix so it doesn't melt. If I lived in the hunting days, I would just die from starvation. What's up, buddy? How you doing?
Morning Riz is.
I mean, we've got to fix Seth's background. See that tripod with the fucking
The window.
looks like shit. We've got to do something. Your background looks good, although I want to add the.
Yeah, the shelf, the little shelf.
No, I want to add the 100,000.
Oh, so I mean, build a little shelf, right, with the.
Right above your head, right there. We can almost even maybe something. Dan's is fine. His background's fine. My background's fine. It's just Seth's is horrible.
We can see what we can do. Like, do you want like almost like a green screen kind of thing, closing them off?
Yeah, I mean something.
Okay.
We need to do something.
All right. Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Yes. Will do. Good to hear. Where are you calling? You said you're calling from New York? Oh, yeah, that's right. All right, well, we appreciate it. All right. Yeah. Thanks, man.
I've just embraced the fact that I'm a sir now. You know, when I go to get a smoothie and the lady's like sir and stuff, I'm just.
What do they used to call you?
Oh,
nothing. But I'm an age of a sir now.
One of the TVs we have, rolled it over here. We were just talking about it. Like it's on a roller, and then you have like
maybe it was on a roller.
Yeah.
Or shoot him straight on and put something behind him.
Okay, yeah, this way.
That might be better.
You talking to me?
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Yeah. I'd shoot him straight on.
Like right here, like this one right here.
I'd shoot him straight on.
Yeah, with that wall.
And either put a backdrop behind him or put a fucking TV behind him.
Yeah, right there.
I also need my desk sawed,
and he also looks a little white.
Yeah, it's the camera. That's the camera.
I like it though.
He looked translucent.
Lummy, I need this desk carved because what I do is to stand up. I want to be able to.
Hey, by the way, you got your new chair in. Did you see that?
I did, but don't. Lummy's gonna have to put together. Don't
is it? Where is it?
It's up front. It's by the front door.
Oh, I didn't.
I'm gonna get in the top.
Okay.
I thought I was gonna.
I usually don't look at that. Like,
You should, yeah.
Okay.
It looks like it's on a lot of pieces. The box is like this big.
Oh, it's that little tiny box?
It's that box up there. Yeah, that's the chair.
Oh, the last box is coming.
No, this is like it's much smaller.
I wonder I didn't see it. I thought it was just like a merch crate.
It looks like a pack of core water or something, like a 12-pack or something.
I wonder what the Riz tea tastes like.
Is it a blueberry?
Is it blueberry? It's not like.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
One-stop shopping if you're a guy that's out busting your ass, doing lawn maintenance, lawn dogging it. Got a lawn maintenance company like our good friend Aaron and Average Joe. I mean, Skag has everything you could ever think about having, from the windstorm to just residential stuff, then of course heavy-duty commercial things, like for instance, my Turf Tiger is a 72-inch, 3-cylinder, 31 horsepower, liquid-cooled diesel Kubota.
Wow.
I also got the stand-behind skid steer Jackal. I got the new Tree Frog. You know, let me that big 2,500-pound thing that can mow extreme slopes and even bush hog some stuff.
All remote controlled, right?
All remote control. Go to skag.com. Is it Skag?
Skag.com.
Yeah,
SCAG.
Yeah, skag.com. They're a division of Metal, I think Metalcraft. They make they're also very large in robotics and making things for the military and making things for like Ford, Chevy, like they're just mining and just all types of different equipment. Skag just had the lawnmower / lawn maintenance part of Skag is just a small division of Metalcraft, ran by my great friend Randy, of course his assistant Maria, which I call the glue. Maria the glue. I think he's the largest, single-handedly the largest advertiser and maybe even the largest car owner when it comes to NHRA. He's really, really, really gotten involved in the NHRA. He's just a great guy, Randy, all based out of Wisconsin. And if you need anything lawn care related, whether it's a seeder, whether it's an aerator, whether it's a 62-inch or a 61-inch or a 72-inch, whether you need a bagger, whether you need, like those little things that stripe your lawn so it looks like, you're super fancy where your grass goes one way and then one way the other way.
That's right. That's what Dr. Dan uses.
Yeah, of course. Well, Dr. Dan doesn't use it as lawn equipment. People do. But Skag...
So how does that work? I thought they just mow it in a certain direction. Do they change the direction of the blade?
No, they have these little... they're called striping rollers, and they're rollers that they put on their mowing deck that create the grass to go lean one way. The way that they're mowing, the roller lays the grass down, so when they go the opposite direction, then it lays it down the other way, which causes the contrast of, the way it looks. You didn't know that, did you?
Nope.
It's all done through what they call striping rollers.
Interesting.
So anyway, skag.com, Randy, Maria, thank you so very much. I met him a couple years ago at the Gator Nationals. I'm now kind of a Skag ambassador, if you will. I got Deion Sanders as Skag.
Yes, you did.
But Brett Favre, no.
That's okay, Brett.
They said no on Brett, yes on Deion.
Well, Deion's hot as ice,
hot as a firecracker.
Hot as a fire right now. Exactly. He is on fire, and I'm so happy for him. Does Skag make anything that like mows underwater, like for edges of lakes and stuff?
What?
That's not an unreasonable
like
question.
When the algae, or not the algae.
Like the banks of a lake. You know what I mean? The stuff that can kind of get under the water. Do they have anything like that?
I can't even really.
No, usually just use a weed whacker.
Is that what they would do?
I can't even understand what
you got,
application.
Dan? You got a body of water?
You got an underwater fortress that we don't know about?
The Gulf of Diaco?
Well, I got an Atlantis, some type of city down below.
I almost got in a fight yesterday. I would like to have just run a remote-controlled Skag 72-incher at the guy instead of what I had to do.
Okay, so hold on. You got an argument yesterday. What'd you have to do?
Big argument.
What, at your house?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm assuming that it's a contractor.
Nope.
That's okay. What a lawn guy?
Somebody selling Girl Scout cookies?
A fisherman.
On your dock?
Ultimately, yes.
Okay.
So
hold on, at least on your property on the shoreline?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's where it started.
So if you look at the dock to the right of that, probably that little bit of property that's by the way fenced in.
Right.
You'd have to jump over the fence or go through the gate.
Or wade from another direction.
Right, to get in.
Mm-hmm.
So he's at the shoreline, which is right of the deck.
To the right of the dock. On the right. Yeah. 15 feet off the riprap.
Right. And he's out fishing.
Right. He's out fishing. And he starts off on the south side of the property line and just starts moseying over. So literally, as I pull into my house, I stop at my driveway by the mailbox, Bubba, and I pull down.
In your Cybertruck?
In my Cybertruck.
Just want to paint the proper picture.
Just want to make sure, it's anti-Cybertruck day, so I made sure I drove it. And pull down.
Now, Dan, hold on. I hate to get you distracted, but are you getting a lot of dirty looks? And are people, because of this sentiment of being people, hating Tesla and hating Elon Musk for whatever reason, are you getting a lot of dirty looks in your Cybertruck?
Nah, because it's AstroTurf, man. When the car first came out, I got real people that really did not like the car saying stuff to me. Not a peep in the last 2 weeks. Not a peep. In fact, most people say, good for you for having it. They support it instead of vilifying it.
Some people, I was trying to find this on Twitter this morning, but I couldn't. But I apparently, I don't know if this was a joke or not, but people are so afraid that they're going to get attacked because they have the Cybertrucks now that they started putting like Toyota labels and they started painting it and put other cars' labels on it to try to throw people off.
Yeah, the Toyota on the back of the Tesla truck.
Was that real?
Yeah, that was real.
Yeah, but it's kind of a parody.
Yeah, I know, but it was still real.
So Big Buck, I would like to have had what you had. So I pull up to my driveway. Bubba, I am literally like a foot off the street. I didn't go up the driveway. I stopped at the back of my driveway. I flip down the back tail of the truck, the tailgate of the truck, and I sit on it. And I'm just staring at this guy. I'm sitting, and I got all the base traffic going back and forth, and I'm watching this asshole walking closer to my property casting.
But when he. As you initially pull in your Cybertruck, you pull the tailgate down, you sit there. I'm assuming he's still a little south, but he's wandering north.
Yep.
Okay.
Exactly.
All right.
I'm literally 60 feet from him.
Does he have waders on?
He's got no shirt on.
All right, no shirt on.
No, he's shirtless, so he's probably got a bathing suit on.
All right, what is he in the water?
In the water, waist deep.
All right, so
walking on the seagrass, which you're not supposed to walk on.
Now, by the way, is he barefoot or has he got some type of
I don't know. I wasn't on water.
Aqua shoe or something like
Maybe.
that.
I would hope because there's a lot of sharp stuff down there.
That's what I'm saying, yeah. All right, so he's casting and he's starting to move north, which eventually is going to now be in your property.
He's on my. He's literally crossed the side property lines.
Okay.
And he's between my dock and my seawall riprap.
Okay.
And walking towards the dock, and I'm sitting there, and I'm so obviously sitting there that even the people that are driving home from the base are slowing down because they see that I'm sitting there staring at this guy, and there's going to be a problem. I mean, it's so freaking obvious.
You got your gun?
I don't have my gun.
Okay.
It's in my car, but I don't have it on me. I don't need it. Guy's got a fishing pole. What's he going to have?
All right.
Now, is this guy...
He's going to get a fishing pole up his ass.
You got your Bubba Army knife?
I didn't need a Bubba Army knife, but I had my two hands. That's all I needed.
Just trying to get a picture. Go ahead.
Okay. And I'm in Bubba, I'm in my dress clothes.
All right,
I'm in dress shoes, slacks, and a button-down collared shirt.
Right. Like, because you coming from the...
Coming from work.
From work.
Yeah.
From the legal office.
It's like 5 o'clock.
Right.
So he keeps walking towards the dock, and then he's like underneath the dock. And then I'm like, that's it. And I hop off the bed of my car. The traffic stops dead because they've been slowing down watching me. Everyone's like wondering what's going to happen now. They can see the fumes coming out of my ears.
Now, at this point, are you making your way to the dock?
I'm crossing the street. I cross the fence. I go through the fence. I'm
in
walking
dress clothes.
In dress clothes.
Right.
And I'm walking up the dock. And I'm walking down the dock. And I can't find the guy. It's like he's now hiding under the dock. And as I get about, Bubba, it's a 297-foot dock.
It is a size. His dock is the length of a football field.
It's 300 feet.
I know. So I'm saying it's the length of a football field.
And so
that gives people a better visualization.
About 100 feet in, and I still can't find the guy. And I look over and I look underneath it, and the guy's now climbing on the X's that hold the piers of my dock up. He's climbing onto my dock. And I'm like, dude, what the F are you doing? What are you doing? He's like, what do you mean? I'm like, you're on my dock. What the F are you doing on my property and on my dock? He's like, well, my lure got stuck. I'm like, why are you casting on my dock? Why are you on my property? Why are you climbing on my dock? Get the F off my dock, a-hole. Now, here's your lure. I ripped his lure off. His lure got tangled up in that, those little fishing string you use to keep the birds off?
Yeah.
It's all tangled up in that. So he ruined all that stuff. So I throw the stuff at him and say, get the F off my dock.
Hold on. For those scoring at home, Dan has fishing line that is strategically on his dock to keep the seagulls off his dock. So, and it's a company that has to come out and do it, and it's very expensive to do it the right way, so it doesn't look so hideous.
And I just spent $30,000 fixing my dock, and this guy's climbing up the side of my dock
with this lure stuck on your anti-seagull line.
Right. And it's again, if he falls, I'm in trouble. If he breaks something, now I got to pay for it. He has no business climbing on my dock. He has no business waiting on my seawall and fishing on my dock. Get the F off. And so I reamed him, and he left, and I didn't have to fight him. And I was ready to rip his freaking head off. And literally, like, the base traffic slowed down because they saw what was going on.
It sounds like he wasn't too adversarial, that he knew he needed to get the hell out of there based on you throwing an absolute fit.
I threw a fit.
Now, Dan, you said he was you said he was a fisherman. Was he a fisherman, or was he just a guy fishing?
He's a guy fishing.
Just a guy fishing.
Yeah.
Now, where did that come up with the grass cutting underwater?
Because I would love to have sent one of those remote control things right out to him. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah,
one of those gag things. Just run his ass over.
Okay.
Do you think he's going to come back for revenge?
No.
With maybe some other fisherman friends?
No. If he does, bring it on. I'm ready.
Lummy, have you seen the big? I've been reading it a little bit further, and the big Yankees torpedo bat.
It's already spreading. Other teams are using it.
And I've heard Louisville Slugger makes it.
What makes it special?
Well, they had an engine. Listen,
they tweaked the sweet spot.
The New York Yankees. I was reading this. I got down a rabbit hole yesterday, Lummy, on this whole thing.
Oh, okay, nice.
And it said that they had a couple Nick Diacos from MIT that were studying.
They're analytics guys.
The analytics guys, but they are also, what people don't realize is they went out like last November or October to various undisclosed locations and would get a pitching machine and set a bat in a certain position and have a pitching machine pitch that ball the same way, like 50 times in a row on different parts of the bat, and they'd throw a slider, like 50 sliders, 50 curves. Like they did an extensive amount of research, R&D on this, and that they determined that if they put X amount of more percentage on the middle part of the bat where the label is, that 60% of more hits come from that area than the actual barrel of the bat. You know what I'm saying? Which just and then they also took I don't know how many different players and timed their swings and put the amount of weight that they were going to add to the barrel of the bat there compared to the barrel of the bat on a normal bat, and they were able to swing at the average guy, I forget, like 16% quicker if the barrel was just moved down by the label. I mean, they did millions of dollars of R&D on this, and then I guess the big thing is after day one, all these other teams they're trying to get their hands on one, and they can't, because the New York Bat Boys aren't letting any of them go. But now they're taking pictures and doing slow motion reenactments and trying to get the design of this bat. And
are you just talking about like where it tapers from fat to thin?
Yes.
It gets fatter in the middle there.
Here we go.
Oh, I see now.
Now, you see the shape of Chisholm's bat.
Dude, it's got a big barrel on it.
Well, it's actually a little bit lower than the barrel. The Yankee front office, the analytics department, did a study on Anthony Volpe.
And they're really, really, let me kind of downplaying. The Yes Network and the commentators from the Yankees are really downplaying how much R&D went into this.
Yeah.
Like, they really did.
Is there an issue with it? Like, do you
no, under Major League Baseball rules, it's legal.
No, I know. I'm asking you, though. Yeah. I mean, it's gone to the court of public opinion. I
don't have any problem with it.
I see zero issue with it.
If within the rules... If within the rules you've reconfigured your bat within the rules, then that's on you. You outsmarted.
That's how race cars win.
Yeah, a race car.
Better technology.
Seth, you know who uses it for the Rays is Junior
Caminero. Yeah, he's batting 425. Hold on.
It seemed like he hit on the label. He didn't hit any on the barrel. So they had bats made up where they moved a lot of the wood into the label, so the harder part of the bat is going to actually strike the ball.
That'd be a weird.
And again, in the analytics that I was reading, which is far more than what these guys are giving you, that they said, there's like 32% more balls on the average hit by Yankee batters that were in the label to lower part of the barrel area than on the barrel. So they figured let's just move the barrel and the meat of the bat down 18% to cover the label, and it has made a huge difference. And you're saying the guy from the Rays has got one now too?
Yeah, he started using his last year. I don't know where he got his from, but yeah, he's been using the
going up there
torpedo
expecting
bat.
to get jammed and putting the meat of the bat towards the label.
It allow you to wait a little bit longer.
Yeah, your weight all right. You take back.
Yeah, it changes the weight distribution on how fast you can get your hands through.
It changes everything just by putting the weight down towards, down X amount of inches gives you that much more bat speed. And the New York Yankees teed off on the Milwaukee Brewers and will Saturday with some also on Saturday with some interesting equipment. Admit a 9-homer, 16-hit demolition of the Brewers pitching staff, which started off with the Yankees started the game off. I think they started the season or the game off with 3 straight homers.
Jeez.
And end up beating the Brewers. Now the Brewers, it's my understanding, the Brewers are a pretty damn good team.
Yeah, they hadn't started off too well so far, but
they got beat 20. This sounds like an NFL score. 20-9.
Yeah,
20-9.
The Yankees outscored the Brewers 36-14 in their series.
Are the bats illegal? Now, the rabbit hole that I went down to said no, they're not illegal
not.
at all. Not one. It's not. Major League Baseball has taken the torpedo bat and analyzed it and said it's not illegal at all. It's within the rules of what a bat needs to be.
And I'm sure they're embracing it because it's going to help the offense, which makes baseball more fun.
With some might object to them, the bats don't appear to break any Major League Baseball rules. The league stipulates the bats can be no longer than 42 inches and no thicker than 2.61, which must be made of solid wood and must not have a cup at the tip deeper than an inch. Bat grip substances can't be longer than 18 inches from the bottom of the handle. That's about it.
Yeah.
And you can see now this is a regular bat.
Do you know why that cutout's limited to an inch at the top, the cap? Because, again, they were trying to prevent extra weight. No, they were trying to prevent extra weight
at the end of the bat.
Right, that's what it does. So it makes the bat swing faster. So again, by fortifying that middle third of the bat, it does the same thing as trying to make a deeper cup.
The top one is the torpedo bat.
Yeah, this right here.
Yeah.
Yes, the Yankees have a literal. I'm sorry. Yes, the Yankees have a literal genius. MIT physicist Lenny, who is the man on payroll, he invented the torpedo barrel. It brings more wood and mass to where most often the contact, you create contact. The idea is to increase the number of barrel hits and decrease misses, and it does. I can't believe somebody, if you think about it, and if you're a baseball enthusiast, think about what's been done to the game. There's only 3 things that you really need outside of the bases. Now, they made the bases bigger a couple of years ago.
That helped.
And it helped. And the pitch count, I think, really helped.
The pitch clock?
Yeah, the pitch clock. I'm sorry. But they do pitch counts. But, yeah, the pitch clock. I love the pitch clock, and I love the bigger bases. But you don't need those to play the game. You need the bases, obviously. But there's really only 3 pieces of equipment you need to play baseball. You need a mitt, you need a bat, and you need a ball.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. And so for years, Lummy, they would say that they could potentially juice the balls. And that's where they wind the inner cork a little tighter and to create more homers the year that Big Mac and Sosa went. Remember when they were going? They said the baseballs were juiced that year.
They were just juiced.
Yeah, the humans were juiced.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, the humans were juiced. Yeah, the humans were juiced. So, they really do regulate the ball a lot. They really do have a lot of regulations and checks and balances to make sure the balls are all equal or fairly equal. And the mitt technology, the last mitt technology they came up with was when they actually invented a special mitt for first base. Remember, Lummy, that was, years ago. But, other than that, the bat has really never been changed much other than the 1-inch cup. They started doing that, and they had to regulate that. And then pine tar. Remember, a lot of guys would pine tar it clear past the label.
Just like George Brett, yeah.
Yeah, and that. But other than that, the bat hasn't gone through any wide sweeping technology changes until this. And I'm excited.
Yeah,
I think everybody's going to get one.
I mean, this isn't going to take a jobber into an all-star. This is just going to make, better players even greater. I mean, even Aaron Judge is not using one, and he still hit 3 home runs the other day.
You're right. It's not going to make a guy that wouldn't make the league into a league, but it's going to make a guy that's pretty damn good better.
It's going to make a guy that bats 250 bat closer to 300.
Right. A guy. It's going to make. You know what, Seth? It's going to make a guy that has good contact better contact.
Joe Ma, $20. It should help with broken bats too.
What is it like? Is Ellie De La Cruz is using one? I mean, I don't know if he is, but I mean, he's already one of the best young players in the game.
Do people get hurt from broken bats? Does that happen very often? Or is that pretty rare?
It's very rare.
It used to go into the stands, but it's pretty. A lot of those stadiums are netted up now.
Yeah, they have to. It's a rule for the MLB.
Yeah, but it's not near. I mean, you don't see that many. Maybe 1 or 2 a year, right? I mean, you don't see. You see more of the pitchers taking a fastball to the side of the face. than you do a guy getting hit with a splintered bat.
That barely ever happens.
When I return, when are we going to do the goats?
Wednesday.
We're going to do the goats Wednesdays.
Yes.
Did you see Seth's new chair came in?
I did not, but I found out that it's in a very small chair at the front, so I will get on that.
Yeah, it's a lot of parts.
Well, yeah, but it's
a small box.
Yeah.
Do you have time today or no?
Yeah, today or tomorrow I'll get it done.
But can you make a video of it?
Of course.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, no problem.
And then goats tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Goats tomorrow, chair today, and then Clem Kush today as well.
Well, today or tomorrow if that's okay, because I may be going to the beach today, depending on Colton's schedule. Today or tomorrow. I'm just flip-flopping.
To answer questions.
Yeah, so it's either going to be
Do you
today or
have your
tomorrow,
Florida
both.
News shirt?
Well,
you do not. I can tell.
Well, I do, but Colton doesn't, and neither does 7-Eleven, and no one else has an additional one. So I figured we would just promote the Bubba Army.
Why don't you text Merch Crick?
I did. She doesn't have one.
I bought like 20 of them. Where'd they all go?
I don't know. We bought those back in 2022.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing they just disappeared.
Damn it.
Good thing you didn't have any thieves working for you at the time.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
Oh, yeah, it was Ellie. I want to see Shohei use it. But then again, why change it up if you're already so fucking great? Because you can be greater. United Arab Emirates.
They have nice planes.
Do they?
Fly the Emirates. It's the best airline in the world.
AWOL Nation next week. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a nice one. Ybor City. What's fucking Masquerade? Section 308, row L, $172. Hey, Bubba, I put in your chat the Kanye West thing where it's just him. It's not him cussing and shit. It's just
Yeah,
him.
I got.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yeah, but I was just gonna read that headline and then go into.
Okay.
Yeah.
Love, I just texted you.
What's that?
I just texted you. Just say A or B. Because B would seem organic today.
No.
Do A?
No.
Okay, A's fine. That's cool.
Yeah, A's
okay,
fine.
that's good. I prefer that. I'll just give it an option.
Yeah, A's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. And is Jay here yet?
Jay's just walking in now.
Perfect.
Hey guys.
We'll do a.
Hey, rugged friend you had yesterday. I never expected to have a friend like him. Rugged, fit.
I don't have any other friends like him.
So Dan, we'll probably go into a South.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army or BubbaArmyTips.com. Also, let's not forget, man, BubbaArmyHQ.com. One-stop shopping. It's a huge website. As I'm going to be spending some extended time with Tom Bean in the next couple days when I travel to LJ, Georgia with him to help him with some stuff on his new cabin. I'll have a lot of time with Tom. One of the things I'm going to ask, I was with Tom yesterday. We did a little weightlifting training deal.
Nice.
We're going to do it again today.
Did you guys record it?
No, but one question I am going to ask Tom is, what about the app? But I feel as if it's a very long-winded, kind of deal. And I might be able to eat up some nice miles.
Yes.
By asking while we're traveling to LJ, Georgia. But with, BubbaArmyHQ.com is going to be connected to a very, very user-friendly Android and Apple app.
Yes, it will be.
It really will be. The documentary is coming out, and so is the app. I know that I'm the little kid that cries wolf, and have been saying it for so long, and I'm so frustrated. I'm so frustrated, but I'm at the finish line on both. But as you know, Jay, you've been handling some things for me as well. Like, it's just, oh my God, there's so many things I got going in my life that has just taken such a long time to unwind and to finally come to fruition.
Nothing comes quickly.
God, the only thing that comes quickly is Dan's temper. That's it. That's the only thing that can absolutely go from a 0 to 1,000. With just some guy out there fly fishing.
Well, you don't climb another man's dock. I mean, even my pa told me that when I was a very young boy.
Yeah,
well, yeah.
That's like touching their stereo in their car. You don't do it.
Now, Dan, had he just been in waders out there to the right of your dock, to the right of it, to the right of it, and not impeded into the dock area, but stayed.
Or started climbing on the dock or destroying my dock.
No, you're not letting me finish. He stayed 50 to 60 feet away from your dock.
Mm-hmm.
And he just stayed in that little area right there, which would have been kind of like in front of your house, but not on your dock. I don't think you would have said a word, would you have?
No, but I could tell that he was going to be doing something stupid. I could just sense it, and I was right. I sat there, and it took less than 5 minutes for him to go from wading towards my dock to actually climbing on my dock. And so that's the point where he's now trespassing. He's now being destructive, and now I have the right to stop him.
To go off. So, it's kind of nice. At first, I started listening to the story, Bubba, and I was like, oh, my God, I need to text Steve. Steve Pitty, listen, Dan's going to get... And then I just thought, this was a nice way for him to let a little bit of anger out. The guy was in the wrong. Danny needed to let a little anger out. And so, hey, man, you were in the wrong spot at the wrong time. Don't climb my effing dock.
Jay's like, I kind of like the fact that that Danny's flipping out on somebody besides family.
Glad it wasn't Mayor Steve. It was all good.
You know, I'm sorry
Some guy climbing the dock
I'm sorry the poor fisherman got a complete catching Dan at a bad moment ass chewing, but it certainly makes life easier for the rest of us Diacos when Dan can flip out, completely lose his shiz on somebody other than family.
And being the right. He was right. So it's all good. And this is one of those things over the years that's kind of irritated me because people really do violate Steven's curtilage. When you're in Steve's backyard in his downstairs gym and you're looking at that window, it's maybe 10 feet to where the dock is. And there's people that used to fish right in between his dock and the other dock. And I would want to go out there and yell. The difference between Dan and I is I just didn't do it. I wanted to many times, Dan. He never climbed on the dock. No one ever did anything like that.
They're not necessarily trespassing if they're walking in the area you're not supposed to walk on. You're not supposed to walk on seagrass, but they're not technically trespassing until they either climb on your riprap or they touch your dock.
And these guys are professional fishers wearing waders.
Yeah,
and they had all this stuff going,
it's obnoxious, but you can't
going through.
Yeah, it's obnoxious.
Do you have any signs that says don't climb on dock?
That's understood, Bubba. Someone climbs on my dock, they're going to get an ass whooping. Sorry. It's just like might as well climb on my second store balcony. Okay. That's how I feel about that. Get on my dock. There's expensive stuff on there.
I understand, Dan. Please calm down. You're just man. But
said 4 monsters.
Don't you think that some signage might help you legally? If there would be an incident that happened on your dock and you were able to say, didn't you see the sign? And on the sign it says, do not climb on private dock, do not climb, or do not some type of signage that your brother, who's a lawyer, could come up with. That
private dock, no fishing.
Yeah, private dock, no fishing. Or loitering or anything like that. Don't you think, Steve, Jay, that, a couple of those posted on the dock, 4 of them total, and you got 300.
I got them on my dock.
Yeah.
Because people, we're in the little narrow, I'm in the little narrow canal, Bubba, and people will come up at 7 a.m. I'm in my underwear having a cup of coffee, looking out my window, and there's some dude jacked off of my, literally docked off my dock.
Tied off
on my dock, fishing on my dock. And I walked out and I said, do you see the sign? He's like, huh? I said, look below your bow. No fishing.
Dan, that gives you your first layer of defense, and that gives you your engagement. When you can say, hey, numbnuts, can't you read the sign? That gets you in the game of being able to flip out, Dan. That's your appetizer.
I said to the guy, I can't stand at the curb and fish for squirrels at your front door. That's what you're doing.
So hunting squirrels in my front door. I gotta go to your house and start hunting squirrels. Shoot squirrels off your trees.
It's unbelievable.
Dan, I'm just saying maybe a sign or two, that I'm sure that there's people that have docks, that there's a certain signage or verbiage that you use to cover your ass. One, Dan, it might cover your ass if somebody was to climb on your dock and hurt themselves. You have some ammunition to say, I have it posted. For instance, Tom Bean and I at Ocala Speedway, if you own a dirt track, a lot of times rocks will come through the fence and hit people.
Right.
Probably 2 or 3 times a year, we'll get somebody with a broken nose or a black eye or something like that, and don't think on every 15 or 20 feet on the fence that's against the track, it says dirt racing is a dangerous sport. By being a spectator, you accept all risks, including flying debris, rocks, blah blah blah. We have those posted every 20 feet. So don't you think maybe a couple signs? Listen, I mean, you're a lawyer and you got a couple of lawyer brothers and you got a lawyer brother that has a dock. I got to think that you could come up with some good verbiage that could probably help you in case you had another altercation or somebody got hurt.
The truth is they could probably fish around and outside of the seagrass, but they're not allowed to attach to his dock or climb it.
Right.
That's where
it's trespassing.
And Jay, if he had signage, that probably would help his cause, would it not?
It
Can't hurt.
could. I mean, that's just implied. If you're on someone's property, you're on their property. You don't need a no trespassing sign. But there's also kind of like the etiquette of allowing people to fish, which kind of sucks because they do intrude in your private space sometimes. But there is a certain amount of, like, with those kids on my dock, I said, could you just maybe not do it looking in my window and maybe do it later?
And Dan, we can even Dan it up. Jay's a little bit nicer about his.
Right. Stay off the dock or get the dock.
No, get shot. Like, I mean, we can really Dan it up by,
Trespassers, stay off the dock. Trespassers will be shot.
Yeah,
I don't think that's a good sign.
Step on
That's a great
dock.
sign.
Hold on. Touch dock, get shot.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Touch dock, get shot.
Or say electrified dock.
And then you got a big, how you have a big barrel of a gun staring down right at you.
Like a double barrel shotgun.
Touch dock, get shot.
Do you need any, full-time dock security? Because I'd be willing to sit out there on a folding chair.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
For $8 an hour.
That'd be awesome, Seth. I'd pay you to do that.
Hell yeah.
Below minimum wage? You got to get minimum wage, Seth. Come on, 15.
Well, I'll take cash,
That lasts one day.
We'll do 12 under the table.
So Kanye West, I don't know what Kanye West's. I mean, I don't know. Is he still a billionaire?
Yeah, I think so.
Really?
Did he have head trauma or anything?
Yes.
Yeah, he did.
Kanye West goes off on Jay-Z, Pusha T, and John Legend and admits he made a mistake getting Kim Kardashian pregnant. Now, I cannot...
There's a lot of curses in this.
I can't play this.
What's this? By the way, it looks like Kanye West, his fortune has dropped to $400 million.
Oh, good.
Yeah, he's lost. I heard he lost half of what he had.
I think he was close to $1 billion.
For his anti-Semitism, his Hitler, and now the latest is this, and I cannot play this. I might save this for Clem Kush, because I can play it on there. But I think you sent me in a kind of an abbreviated one right here.
I think this is where he walks into the interview.
Right. And so he walks in wearing a complete black KKK getup, I think.
That's what it looks like.
All right, let me see here.
Trying to figure it out. This is...
So that's it's almost like a reverse KKK gimmick, and a KKK robe and gown is usually white.
Right.
Now, I don't know what a black one means. I'm genuinely telling you, I'm not a very smart guy. We got very smart people in here. But
those are the Nighthawks. The black ones are the Nighthawks.
What does that mean?
It's sort of a clan. The black one is security position.
No, is it a black thing?
No, it's just in the KKK. They have different colors now, and
they're like the
if
SS.
you wear the black one, yes, they're the security.
All right. So the black gown and robe is a KKK thing. It's not a black person's thing. It's an anti-black person thing. It's a division of the K. So a all black robe and Klansman outfit being all black. We're used to seeing them all white. But an all-black one means you're a higher-level KKK guy?
No, you're just security. You're a Nighthawk. Just like the green robe indicates that you're a state leader, you're a Grand Dragon, where a black one is you're a Nighthawk, which is a security position.
Right. So then a black one denotes that you are, yes, indeed, part of the KKK, but you're in the security portion of the KKK?
Yes.
Sort of.
Okay.
Like what Jay said, I think you're the SS.
I said.
Okay.
Okay, sorry.
Trying to figure it out. This is...
Now, why would Kanye West do this? Like, what is he trying to...
Mental illness, shock value, no self-awareness.
What if...
This is a desperate man who needs attention in any way. I guess it feeds his soul, but he takes it in any way that he can get it. But can you imagine, though, if you're the DJ, I think it's Akademiks or whatever, if you imagine...
This is a podcast, right, Seth?
Yeah. Can you imagine if Kanye's walking in and the KKK thing, and you go, oh my God, this is going to be 100 times bigger than I could have ever imagined.
Oh, I'm going to go viral.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This went from a everyday kind of interview to like like you said, an internationally viral interview.
He went from a 50,000 download Willie to a viral Jones, right?
Well, remember Kanye was walking around with a bag over his head for a while and a black mask and everything. So now and he was weird for that. Remember at the Super Bowl they showed him. Now look,
remember a Super Bowl commercial? It was just like him sitting there. Like with
that he filmed on his iPhone.
Yeah, like I don't even know that he had a message.
He's not. I think that he really gives mentally ill people a bad name because I think that a lot of this is just him acting like he's an artist and doing it for attention, and then he masquerades as a guy that has bipolar issues, and when it's time to say sorry, he'll get into it, even though he's a guy that's doesn't.
But a black guy of his stature is the only guy that could pull off a KKK outfit. No one else could wear that.
Yeah, he's
not pulling it off though, so to speak. Dan. This has destroyed his career, and what's a shame is
this destroyed his career.
I saw him a year ago.
Destroyed his career.
This is not helping it.
These types of antics over all the Nazi stuff and Hitler's cool and all that stuff. It's really I saw him live last year by chance with my son. He's one of the most talented artists in our lifetime for hip hop.
He is.
And to watch this guy self-destruct on air because of what Seth's saying, he needs attention. I believe that, and I also believe he is certifiably got issues. You know what I mean?
He needs his mom who died too.
His mom
was stabilizing.
He needed his mom. He needs people around him that care for him, and he seems like he hasn't had people around him that have provided the support that these types of people need. I feel badly for him. I condemn what he's doing. I mean, I don't think he really supports Hitler, but it's ridiculous. Every day my son comes home and shows me something else ridiculous that he's posted on TikTok with a Nazi shirt or some other crap. And it's just to watch somebody who's so talented self-destruct. It's upsetting to me. I hate watching it.
Talk about Lindsay
Wherever you
Lohan.
want. You can sit right here. What do you think?
It's like Britney Spears.
Okay. So it's like
it is kind of like Britney Spears in the fact that he's really screwing up, but she didn't get into any racial type stuff. She was just bat crap crazy.
Yeah, and she also didn't have the impact on her genre of music that he did. He wrote all the music and beats for everybody for years before he became an artist.
Oh shit! I think it fell. Oh yeah.
It was one of the best concerts I ever saw when he came out.
I see you the bust down chain too, man.
Bro, took that Nazi.
So anyway, I mean, he
figured it out.
He appeared on this guy's podcast dressed up as if he was a security personnel for the KKK. I can play a little more of the language and clip on Clem and Kush today, which will be about we'll call it 10:30, 10:35, because it's quite. There's a lot of.
It's 5 minutes. Have you watched it?
I've watched it a little bit.
What does he say? Like without going into the specifics?
Just a lot of mostly language issues.
This clip that we have is about Jay-Z, John Legend, Pusha T, and then he also says in the clip that he regrets getting Kim Kardashian pregnant.
Right.
Okay.
Hello. Go ahead.
Hey guys, this is Bob. Hey, you guys were talking about the torpedo bats a little earlier. And then, Seth, you mentioned, is Ellie De La Cruz going to benefit from it? And I just happened to catch this morning his stat line from last night, which is the first time he used that torpedo bat. He went 4 for 5, 2 home runs, 7 RBIs, 4 runs, and 11 total bases.
Not an advantage.
Hold on, though. Now, I want to say that's pretty amazing. Now, for Ellie De La Cruz, that's a pretty standard game, but you can't hide the fact that going 4 for 5, any one of us would want to do that, and then to put on the game that he did, like the dude is amazing, but 2, I mean, you got to assume that this is. I mean, everyone that's using that torpedo bat is putting up stats right now.
Leave it to an MIT grad. That's incredible.
Yeah. Isn't Nick an MIT grad?
I could hear Nick doing
He's
it.
an MIT
Uncle
student
Jay,
still.
statistically, the majority of baseball strikes hit on the label.
How many more years does Nick have in the MIT?
2? I think 2. I think it's a 5-year program.
And then
he's about 3
after
years into it.
after that, what happens?
Hopefully he gets hired by someone like Elon Musk or starts his own company and becomes a billionaire like Elon Musk. But Elon Musk is specifically looking for material engineers, and that's what Nick is.
Material engineer, like as far as like being able to lighten things,
making strength and light. Yeah, strong and light and flexible, but stiff.
Could he get hired by the U.S. government?
Yeah, he's worked for the U.S. government. He's done top secret.
Doesn't he have
stuff.
a couple? Doesn't he have a couple of patents?
Yep, sure does.
Wow.
One's a material that's lighter and stronger than carbon fiber.
Really?
And others for 3D printing from the bottom up instead of from the top down instead of from the bottom up.
Now, do you and Nick do you and Nick ever talk like smart guy stuff?
Sometimes.
It's way beyond Steven and me.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
I only have the old school one.
Oh, you got the old school?
I got the big red plastic one.
Okay.
Oh man.
Bring the wiffle ball bat, a yellow one.
I would do dock security. Until it was summer. Then I would need an umbrella.
Oh, it's hot out there already, man. Yesterday felt like a little early summer.
Yeah. I think I say we have one more cold weekend and then it's over.
It's pretty good for us, so it's April.
I started counting that it didn't get super hot until July.
Oh, I wish. It's going to be by mid-April, May usually, I think. What's up, Grouper Lips?
It's to me when it's hot in the morning, that's when you're fucked.
Yeah.
So we're not quite there yet. What's up, Hoss? All right, gonna go pee. I'll be back, guys.
What's up, D. Thomas Gilson? How's everybody doing? I get all your comments too about this fishing etiquette. That's why I get it. It's just there's etiquette both ways. Thank you, Xerxes. Good morning. What's up, Hoss 83? Dan was always wanted to be a doctor, Josh. He never wanted to do the MIT route. Oh my God, that would be hilarious. Nizuki Slayer. What up, Jay Bowler? Berto Perez, good morning. Ray Jennings, Big Buck, how's everyone doing? What's up, Dark Mesh? A water balloon slingshot. You should just get one of those. They make rapid fire water pistols. Just get a paint gun. Tuttle with a wig. Yeah, he'll never recognize him. John Z. Fraley, what's up, buddy? FJ Barr. 956 likes. Let's get to 1,100. Got over an hour. Smash that like button, everybody. What's up, Iggy? I saw you hating on the fishing comments, buddy. You know. What's up, White Iced Tea? How you doing, my friend? What's up, Colonel Brown?
Woo-wee!
What's up, Duck God? How are you? Creatine Travis, how are you, my friend? Big Longer. Support the dockless. Hashtag that one. Buried in the sand, that's Saudi.
What's up, Kabuki Jones? Wow, show went fast today.
I would say good morning and offer them a cup of coffee. And I don't think a Bubba Army fan would come rolling up on my dock at 7 in the morning. I think it would be more like, an appropriate time.
I would roll up on your dock and then ask you for free legal advice. A free
dock off first,
Yeah.
start fishing, and then ask for free legal advice.
What's up, Felix?
How you doing, Dan?
What's up, Lunger?
Now that one I may not receive quite as well, says Bubba fan. I don't know that I'd be offered a cup of coffee or anything other than get off my property. What's up, Great White?
Akademiks. Berto. At least Kanye said that Drake's better than Kendrick. That was cool.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo Studios. Aquabedo.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Clem Kush today. Of course, you can always listen to it, watch it, anything, one-stop shopping with regards to me and us and what I've been and haven't been and the groups of people I've had. Former shows dating clear back to 98 Rock in some incidents. And it's all starts and stops with going to Bubba Army HQ. BubbaArmyHQ.com, actually. Clem and Kush today, your podcast. I was watching this, Lummy, and man, how much longer can ABC, or does ABC like this? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, does ABC does it do well in the ratings enough to take the heat that it does, and does it have the advertiser support to take the heat that it does? Or like, I mean, I know that like they pay Whoopi I think Whoopi's salary is $8 million. I think Joy Behart's is like
I think it's
6 or 7 million.
It's $6 million.
Maybe let me Google what are the salaries of the women on The View, and I bet you it's 20. I bet you it's $20 million. It's got to be.
Oh, it is. I'm sure. It looks like they just went behind. I'm just looking at an article real quick. They went for the first time behind the Faulkner Focus, which is a show at 11 o'clock on Fox News with Harris Faulkner, and that it's notable given the View's on-air broadcast television, whereas Faulkner focuses on cable, and so they're losing ratings. Big time.
Broadcast TV is a lot like terrestrial radio. And cable is even a lot like terrestrial radio in the fact that everybody's getting their ass kicked by streaming. Whether it's TV or radio, streaming is what you got to be doing. You can't be getting, even if you're in radio right now, and Seth, we know people that have been in radio as, not necessarily as long as me, but quite a long time. And I don't know. There are people in radio that got talk shows that I know haven't established any digital platform at all.
It looks
do they think that they're just going to keep being able to do?
They're number one right now. Holy crap!
It looks like
The View.
The View is number one.
Under 20. It's about 7. It looks like if you total them all together, it's about 17 million. Whoopi gets 8. Joey gets 7. The Sunny chick gets 2, and then it drops off from there.
So you said 18 million?
About 18 million.
Then Jay said he's looking at ratings. Do they have them at number 1?
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, what's on? What time are they on, and what's against them?
11 a.m.
And is it? Yeah. I mean.
And like I said, but I guess they're number one with broadcast television, and it looks like as of January 30th, Harris Faulkner had beat them
on
cable.
From Fox.
Right.
You chose not to go through the proper protocol.
Yeah, right.
And everybody could have seen this.
Yeah.
This is not the App Store kind of stuff you want to be using.
They also have a tendency to blame the Biden administration.
Yeah.
It's like, move on. That ship has sailed. I never remember in my lifetime a sitting president trashing a previous president.
Donald Trump lost 2 debates to me in 2020. Since then, he hadn't shown up for debate. Now he's acting like he wants to debate me again. Well, make my day, pal. I'll even do it twice. So let's pick the dates, Donald. I hear you're free on Wednesdays. You know, I was in that World War I cemetery in France. And the one that one of our colleagues, the former president, didn't want to go and be up there. When the president was asked what he thought had happened, Donald Trump said, and I quote, "There are very fine people on both sides. My God." That's what he said. It sounds like if I said this 5 years ago, you'd lock me up. We got to lock him up. That Trump, when in Europe, would not go to the grave sites in France. The brave service members who gave their lives to this country. He called them suckers and losers. Who in the hell does he think he is? Who does he think he is?
And man, to think that guy could be the president right now.
I think he was at that time.
Oh, my God.
He can barely read. They're so
he
mad about
so
unelected officials. Now, who the hell was running our country then?
The then president was asked, what do you think? He said, they're very fine people on both sides.
That's a hoax.
Not fine people on both sides. No excuse. Zero. I know Americans want a president, not a dictator.
Man, the Democrats messed up so bad by not getting him out earlier.
Yep. They should have had a primary. They should have had an open one.
They should have had a primary, and they should have picked somebody other than this. I mean, this doesn't age well. Could you go back and watch this stuff now? Not that I'm sticking up for the other dude. I'm just saying, man, he didn't. I mean, he was very, very, senile and inept then. And by the way, this comes from The View that says Donald Trump's the only president that goes back and talks about other presidents, and they're showing instances of.
Well, someone put this together. They showed The View, and now they're trying to show the viewers hypocrites by putting all this work into it.
Right.
No self-respecting American president would ever be Putin's puppy like this guy is. That's what he is. Or Puerto Rico, where I'm in my home state of Delaware. They're good, decent, honorable people. The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters. But I'm serious. These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
That's Dan yesterday with the guy on the dock.
I've never heard that before. Never heard, Ronald Reagan didn't do it. They're St.
But it's
Ronald.
the common enemy. It's what drives their base together is the other.
Yeah.
So they do that to create.
Yeah. And I got to say, stop treating your base like their dog.
Yeah, exactly.
Stop.
They know better.
Listen,
we'll be right back.
I hate to tell you, Whoopi, but your base ain't so healthy right now. Your base is in shambles. You guys need somebody to take control of your base. Find who the next leader of your base is going to be now. Start, baby facing and getting that person out. And being, questioning Trump's decisions in a good way. Just be a leader. We need the Democrats. But the Democrats need a leader, somebody to take. And it's not AOC. It's not Bernie Sanders.
They're trying the Shapiro.
Is that what they're trying with? The
Shapiro and Waltz. It was Waltz. Yeah, they've been touring together.
The guy from Minnesota.
Yeah, but it's Shapiro, the Pennsylvania guy.
He comes across as a get off my lawn guy.
No, he does, but I'm saying both of them are going out together.
Yeah, they need to stop.
Gavin's trying to do it with his podcast too, trying to come across like he's moderate, but he's a wolf in sheep's clothing. Anyone that believes he's all of a sudden tempered his positions when California's been rolled so crazily for the last 10 years. It's
I don't even know if you try to be fair about it, try to be very fair about it, but I don't even know who that person would be right now. I mean, there's not you could see them grooming Barack Obama. You could see it, and it was working, and he was an unbelievable communicator. And he could combat or counter what the Republicans were trying to say in a very eloquent, very educated. I mean, he's Harvard. Is he a Harvard grad?
I believe it's Harvard Law School, Harvard or Yale or Princeton, one of the Ivy Leagues. But what he really had to combat first and foremost was Hillary Clinton. Well, and that was really brutal because that was the establishment within the Democrat Party that had already tapped her. And then he came in, she won Iowa, and then he came in out of nowhere and blasted her the second half of the primaries. Remember, they went into that Democratic National Convention almost contested. She had to give up her delegates in order for him to get the nomination. It was very heated. She's the one that started birth certificate gate. No one else did. She did. He was incredible. Once he
beat Hillary,
it was over.
It was
over.
He was anointed.
It was over.
I mean, like this man, you can beat her, and she's tough cookie. I mean, let's be honest.
McCain wasn't doing it with the the Alaska. What was her name? Sarah
Palin.
Sarah Palin kicker. They weren't. They had no chance. Zero chance.
And he, I mean, his biggest thing was just to get out of his own party, which was, obviously Hillary.
But, he said things now that the Democrat Party would reject. He actually said that he was in support of the Defense of Marriage Act, which was DOMA. There was no such thing as a recognized partnership or marriage between homosexuals at the time. It wasn't until about 6 years into his administration when Biden said something. He ran on a very conservative, moderate position, and then he governed much further to the left.
Did you see this story? Trump administration concedes that Maryland father from El Salvador was mistakenly deported and sent to that big, that mega prison.
Yeah, no.
Remember, we cut a deal with El Salvador. It's the worst prison in the world. It is the worst prison in the world, and we cut a deal with El Salvador to say, not only will they take any of the El Salvadorian people that we round up that we deem to be illegal in this country, but we can send other people and pay like $30,000 a year for you to house them for us. So you could be this, this illegal immigrant from, Mexico, and instead of them sending, and you did a crime in America. And rather than we're going to send you out of we're not going to house you in an American prison. We're going to send you to El Salvador for your sentence, and we're going to pay El Salvador what it would take to house you, and you have to go to this mega prison. Well, did they make a mistake? The Trump administration conceded in court filings Monday that they mistakenly deported a Maryland father to El Salvador because of an administrative error, and it argued it could not return him because he's now in Salvadorian custody. Well, couldn't you call the head of Salvador? Listen, we made a mistake.
Of course they can.
You got prisoner 5'9" or 6'9" or 4'9" or 3'9" or 6'9" or can we get it? We need to get him back.
By the way, the guy was illegal. Still. He just wasn't a member of MS-13.
All right, so I mean, I guess at the end of the day, I mean, it's if you were illegal,
he should still be deported through the proper way. Maybe not just sent to this prison, but I mean, he shouldn't be just brought back here and let him go hang out.
And maybe just crack a cell and let him be free in El Salvador.
That's a good idea, Seth.
There you go.
I mean,
it's kind of the best of both worlds, isn't it?
I mean, you could send his belongings from the United States. So, I mean, that would be nice. But other than that, I think.
Listen, sir, we're letting you out. You can start your new life here in El Salvador, and your stuff is supposed to be here in 3 weeks. We're going to pot it over here for you, okay, buddy? Give us some type of working address, and then you're good to go.
Is this the same guy that also had some MS-13 tattoos as well? I mean,
no, that's a different guy. The gay barber.
I didn't know, and I don't know if you guys know or not, but Hooters is on the brink of bankruptcy.
I did know that.
And they're doing all types of sort of things, including they've closed a bunch of Hooters.
Well, the positive thing is the local one's not having problems. It's the national chain?
It's the national ones.
Yeah.
So the local ones are good?
Yeah,
Well,
but they're still going to change it up to be more family friendly.
And it's in its first afternoon of March Madness. See, I'm going to be honest with you. I still prefer Hooters over Wing House.
The food's better, right?
100%.
Over
Is Wing House still around?
Yeah,
It
barely,
is? Okay.
barely. Me and Sumo went to the one by the stadium when Sumo was in town last year, and there might have been 5 people. I mean, and it's a nice
that's
place.
a double-decker one, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the double-decker one, and I think they built that one to be kind of like the premier
hub.
because it's near the stadium, and there's several things. But
no, it
was
gets busy.
it was the food was horrible.
The food is horrible.
And it's just there was maybe this is lunchtime. Maybe 8 guys there.
That one though is one of their top sellers in the area.
What, Wing House?
Yeah, for that location.
I'll tell you I think the original Hooters on Clearwater is still pretty jamming, isn't it?
Yeah.
And the one on Hillsborough does still pretty good.
Both of those are the original owners that own it.
Oh, the original Hooter 6.
Yes.
They kept Hooters was discovered by 6 men here, like in 1984, something like that,
Yeah,
Lummy?
84-85, yes.
Yeah. And Hooters was originally discovered in Clearwater, Florida. The original one is right on Gulf to Bay, and it was discovered by 6 men. The original it was Ed Drosty. I don't know who all a couple of them have died. And when they sold out to Hooters of America, they sold like all of their store lummies, like 400, 500 stores to this Atlanta-based food company, but they kept like 12 stores or 10 stores.
I believe it was 12.
And they do everything uniformly and they get the same food purveyor, the whole 9 yards. They just carved out 12 stores that meant a lot to them, one of which was the original one on Gulf to Bay, and I think the other one is the one on here in Hillsborough. Is there still one down by UJ on Gandy?
Yep.
Does it do okay?
It's okay. I mean, I go there with Trey. We used to go there all the time. Yeah.
I love their what's it go? Mild, medium, hot.
Yes.
I like their mediums, drummies only, double breaded.
Yeah, those are good.
In its first afternoon of March Madness, the original Hooters restaurant in Clearwater is buzzing. There are plenty of men enjoying the hoops on TV in the bar area, unsurprisingly, for a chain that has gained and nurtured a reputation for catering to the ID of the American male. But in a booth away from the den, Sherry Lipley, age 67, and her friend Karen Stevenson, 61, who has flown in town from Indianapolis, are waiting to get plates of wings. Eating at Hooters is a tradition for them. As out-of-towners, it's because of the Meanwhile, I'll tell you right now, Indianapolis has one of the downtown Indianapolis, which is right by the Hooters in Indy, is located exactly between where the Colts play and the Pacers play.
A perfect spot.
And it does well. It does really, really well. So I don't know why, if you live in Indy, you have to come to Clearwater necessarily to go to Hooters, because you got one right there in Indy and downtown. Indeed, at this restaurant, the only one nearby in Tampa, despite the air of testosterone charged, the Hooters brand and its very name conjures mixed groups of men and women, and a few scattered families with their kids have made for very demographic of customers that afternoon. So, Lummy, are they trying to make it more family oriented? Are they taking the chicks out of the tight shorts and all that kind of stuff?
They're working on it, but yeah, they want to make it more family friendly kind of place, which I think would kill it.
Well, it's family friendly already. Half the time you're in there, there's women as well as men. I mean, it's not like some dude hangout.
The ability for those locations among 22 still owned by local men who founded the brand. All right, Lemmy, so the original Hooter 6 that we were talked about in 83 still have 22.
Yeah, it looks like they bought some. They got some in Chicago and New York, but they own the rest in Florida.
If successful, the same Florida founders who sold off the Hooters brand over 2 decades ago will retake control of the company as it goes through bankruptcy. So they're saying, Jay, that maybe the original Hooters guys might take back the whole corporation.
I bet you they get it working again.
I bet you they do too. Their pitch began last year at the latest private equity owners of Hooters of America, the corporate entity that now owns the brand, shuttered locations and struggled to manage a roughly $350 million debt load. Neil Kiefer, which I think Neil Kiefer might have been one of the original owners. Neil Kiefer, chief executive officer of the founder-owned unit. Hospitality, blah, 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 blah. So here's what deal, Lummy. I do hope that the original Hooters guys, the original Hooters 6, take back all the Hooters. How much did they sell? Jay, they can't take that money back, right? I mean, that money's long gone, right?
I would love to sell a business for a huge profit and buy it at a loss again and then fix it.
Wouldn't that be huge?
I know a lot of guys, not a lot. I know a few guys that I've met over the years that have done that. And it just shows that certain corporations can't be run without the key players.
I know a guy who owned an HVAC company, and back when I was with Cox, he was a major client of mine. It was an air conditioning company, and some big air conditioning company bigger than his came in and bought him out for I think like $17 million. Bought him out. He had to sign a non-compete, the whole 9 yards. And they went, I think he made $17 million. They went like 5 years and started really, really, really having problems. He bought his company back for $5 million and then built it back up and sold it for like another 12 or 13 million 10 years later.
And made money the whole 10 years.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a good business if you sell it for 17 million or 12 million.
Wouldn't you love for somebody to come by and buy Diaco Law for, let's just say 20 million, okay?
Sure.
And, they give you 20 million. And they go 5 years, and then they say, Jay, we just can't make it work. We'll sell it back to you for 5 or 6. And then you go back in there, fix it, cash flow, and maybe even sell it again. I don't know.
I know some people that have done it with technology. One guy I know came up with some database system that a bunch of colleges, he said almost every college in the nation uses it. He's retired at like 50. And after about 5 years, the company was about to go under, and he bought it back for peanuts on the dollar and made the company healthy again and sold it for a lot more.
Can you Google what the original Hooters, when they sold 20 years ago?
Well, I'm looking at it, and it looks like what happened is that each individual guy just started like selling off portions of it, so they don't have it disclosed. They didn't sell it as a group.
So they didn't sell it as a group?
No, it looks like like Lynn Stewart sold it at one point, sold some of his shares off.
So they would sell their shares.
Yes. And it looks like a lot of them kept like small shares of it.
I know Ed Drosky's still very, very much involved. And he'll probably be involved in the acquisition of the new one. I hope they get it back. Close down some of these obscure ones like in Fort Wayne, Indiana or something like that. I don't necessarily know that they have to change the menu at all. I think the menu's fine. I just don't know where I mean, Seth, you don't probably find yourself going to Hooters, but like...
Well, I don't like to talk about it, but I do frequent the one on 4th Street quite often.
But where did they go wrong? Like now they're $350 million in debt.
Bubba, the only thing that I could guess is that maybe a big portion of their business was a bunch of dudes getting together on Sundays or on Saturday nights to watch UFC or wrestling, and now a lot of people can do that from home. I don't know. I mean, to me, Hooters, Wing House, all those wings are the same to me.
Maybe, Seth, just like streaming is killing everything with regards to terrestrial radio, cable TV. I mean, streaming is even having an effect on my racetrack because people can go to Dirt Vision or Flow Racing and watch, your Saturday night dirt track from home.
And a lot of those places back, I mean, it felt like it was really only the sports bars that played some of the football games back in the day. I mean, now you can walk into, I think, almost any restaurant or at some place on a Sunday and they'll be playing games. I bet you between the NFL Sunday Ticket and then the ability to stay at YouTube TV, the ability to, I mean, every one of us has to admit, we can stay home
and watch every NFL football game we want. If you're a Seattle Seahawks fan, back in the day, you had to find, Lummy, a Seattle Seahawks bar and go to that bar to watch the game.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And Hooters was kind of the same concept. If you wanted to watch that pay-per-view, or like you said, Seth, they would have all the games on.
Yeah, I mean, it might be on a small TV in the back corner by the bathroom, but you could still watch the Hawks play.
but they had the Bears on there, didn't they?
Oh, the big screen, baby.
So I think that it really, I mean, and if you think about it, their business is built around sporting events and food, right?
Yep.
With a little, with some chickness.
Well, they're saying that their problem was rising food and labor costs, where they're having problems finding girls.
Here's another thing.
OnlyFans.
Why? Yes. Why would you go be a Hooters waitress? Make what? $2.13. What do servers make?
With tips, they're making a lot of money.
No, I understand that, Jay. But like, what's your base pay as a server? $5?
I don't know what it is anymore.
Used to be $2.13. So you go and you work your 8-hour shift, dealing with dudes that are trying to grab your ass and get your phone number and all the looking at your boobies and doing all that.
That's the difference, Bubba.
$2.13.
$2.13 plus tips. But now, and so Seth, you have to go do your shift. You had to actually bust your ass to make a couple $100. Now all you got to do is stay in your bedroom and show your knockers. You don't even have to do anything besides show your boobs.
You're taking waitressing
on OnlyFans. And you know what? The OnlyFans banner goes under streaming. Streaming killed the football fan that come to watch the Bears game because now he can get it at home. And streaming killed the girl that wants to work at Hooters because now she can stream and make and laugh at her Hooters money. That $250 or $300 she would make at Hooters, Lummy, back in 1995, is now $2,500 or $3,000 if she's showing a little TNA on OnlyFans.
That's right.
Do you think they made a ton of money back in the day on calendars, and now no one needs calendars, so that's hurting them too?
I think that's part of it.
Well, I'm going to say something that may be a little controversial too. Do you think it's that they don't hire the skinniest and hottest girls anymore that they used to?
Well, Jay, because the skinniest and the hottest girls aren't applying.
I don't know that to be true. At one point they had guys trying to become Hooters girls.
Jay,
and all this crap.
Jay,
and I mean,
these only the bigger girls with tattoos from Kansas City are applying because they haven't figured out OnlyFans yet. that skinny.
That's the answer to everything, Bubba. OnlyFans.
No, but it's true.
No,
Bubba's
but
right.
it's true. I mean, but
I
then
don't know that to be true
on,
because there's a lot of girls that wait tables that are not only
true.
I waited tables. I'm not an OnlyFans dude. I wouldn't hang my schlong out rather than wait tables.
I wouldn't do it. You waited.
Oh, Jay could have worked a table.
I waited for eight years. I was a waiter.
Waited tables at a family pizza joint.
Dude, I did it at a tourist hub where there were hundreds of people every day that had zero couth, and I had to wait on everybody just like everyone else did. And that's why I can deal with anybody.
There wasn't streaming back then.
It doesn't matter. Guys aren't going to go show their schlong on OnlyFans rather than wait tables to get through law school.
We're talking about Hooters.
Yeah, but you just said
we're not talking about you.
But you did. You said Jay.
No. Listen, I got a story right here.
Read
this
it.
lady, which she's
and
not
make
that
sure Jay
attractive.
listens. No.
Listen, Jay. This girl was a waitress for a restaurant. Found out about OnlyFans, ditched it. She's not attractive. Makes $40,000 a month on OnlyFans,
And
where she was making
not
$6,000
only,
to $7,000.
Hold on. But not only, it's all under the umbrella of, let's not just make OnlyFans the bad guy. It's streaming. Streaming takes that Chicago Bear customer away from your joint who couldn't get the game anywhere else. Streaming takes that hot, skinny chick who couldn't make any money otherwise unless she was going to be a stripper. So usually Hooter girls were just one step away from stripping and they didn't want to strip, so they're going to go be a Hooters girl and be hot. But streaming now has taken that girl out of Hooters. The Bears fans out of Hooters. It's all about, you know what? I don't have to, if I want to watch UFC 319 this weekend, I don't got to go to Hooters. I can go right there on my deal and get it.
I think you and I have just, you're giving like the basic Hooters girl to be somebody who's so thirsty that all they're willing to do is try to do anything to get money. In my experience, when there were hot Hooters girls, they were college girls trying to get through college.
And they were Jay.
That's all I'm saying. When it was successful and profitable, and it was girls that could complete a sentence, and it was great food.
But that was then.
What the heck's wrong with that model?
That model's gone.
Those girls are doctors and lawyers and mothers now. They're not OnlyFans whores.
No, they're not. They're married to doctors and lawyers.
That's not true either. That's so a sexist would say.
I'm just saying, you don't understand, Jay.
I stand with Jay.
Jay, there's not a bunch of good-looking chicks trying to be Hooters waitresses. I've been to a Hooters in the last 6 months, and I looked at every waitress that was in there, and none of them were higher than a 7. There used to be.
Who cares? I just want somebody to not act like they're angry because I'm there. They could have third-degree burns on their face.
Yeah, because they don't want to work because they know they could be kicking it out wide and making $50.
Seth said, I just don't want them to have third-degree burns on their face.
I mean, it doesn't.
Man, you got a horrible family life, my friend.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
You do OnlyFans, and she may say, I'm working on it because I don't want to be waitressing the rest of my life.
I'd rather be kicking it out wide like a hoe.
You don't have to show your vagina. You can
I'm
show
not going for a friction dance. I'm going for some fucking curlies.
That's it.
Yeah,
Fries and hot wings.
Some curly.
Jay's stuck in the fucking 90s.
You're talking about your waitressing day, your waiting days.
My waiting days were back then.
Yeah, that's when the girls you were talking about.
Oh, also I was at
Talking about
a Hooters in
business.
Tallahassee where they were college girls, and they used to be up the one up by
You have
USF.
such a skewed sense of reality.
But the one up by USF that Jimmy used to have by his old condos up there, St. James Place, that one had beautiful girls and great food.
Yeah, have you been there lately?
And what year was that, buddy?
No.
It's not that great.
No tax on tips, man.
Yeah, well, it's not that
That
great.
could help.
No tax on tips.
No, because then the OnlyFans girls are going to be able to get no tax on their tips too.
Same here.
I know. So why would they go to work at Hooters?
No, here. No tax on tips. Everything's a tip.
Right. So we have Bubba Army Tips.
That's what I'm saying. That's what you need to call it.
That's what it is called, Jay.
Bubba Army Tips.
.com.
Truth is, I've been to Hooters with my wife almost as many times as I have by myself and my son.
Me and Nash should go with Walker because Walker likes Hooters.
He likes my kids like the food, my wife liked the food. I mean, it really wasn't.
He gets a free Frisbee.
Exactly. I forgot that. I must have had 20 Frisbees at one point.
That's right.
It doesn't ever say what the disclosed sale figure was, Bubba, either, so it's hard to know, but I bet you they're going to make out
Well, I
on it.
was reading the wiki and it was saying that like each person,
Yeah,
but
they-
they also own it. They were just
Yeah.
giving to the national.
There's certain people that are good restaurateurs, I mean, those guys knew what they were doing.
My
They
first
created a
restaurant
whole
was
genre of it.
First, boss after leaving here back in what best friend was with. I don't know if it's Nebraska, but his wife was an original comedy girl. She worked at the headquarters. He was talking about how they just, he was in the first front business. Just,
There was no, any of those, like, Buffalo, whatever, they were basically the first real,
yeah,
first
the
main
concept
joint
that
like that.
the food distributors wanted to throw away.
Yeah.
No, they couldn't sell wings.
I didn't know that. Really?
Yeah, that's how.
That's crazy. They created basically.
Yeah, wings was the shit. Wings was the shit of the chicken.
Yeah, I don't like the drumsticks. Bubba and I could eat together because I'd take all the other ones.
So
You know, the
like-
drumsticks.
The wings were a loss. So they were just, they could sell them for like 5 cents an hour.
So they were getting them for nothing.
Yeah.
And now they're probably premium.
Yeah, the wings are yield on what you're getting out of your chicken. And you have these wings, they're like, oh, they're edible. So it's just even like alligator, you only got 4 legs. Wings, I try to do that, but you have 4 of them meat, and it's like a throwaway product. Everyone just wants the skin and the tail. You got the rib, you can eat a lot of stuff, but it's always throwaway product. I didn't know that. That's interesting.
You might be right, Michael McGinnis. I think everyone's got a little bit of right in it. I mean, Bubba's certainly right to a certain degree.
Let's go step for power fast.
But I think there's still people that just crave getting outside and not being at home to watch every game on their couch. I can't do it.
Plus, people like staying home more now.
That's definitely true.
And let's not forget this. Another intangible. You ready for this?
What?
Uber Eats.
100%, because I get Hooters and watch a game at home sometimes
Right.
without leaving.
So what I'm saying is, like, you know, the Hooters experience. Now, if you like the food and you don't want to go now you just get Uber Eats.
And you hope it's just a hot chick that brings it to you.
Yeah, you're just hoping it's a
in small orange shorts.
Man, Uber Eats drivers are always fucking panicking, man. Like, they just got notice that a nuke's about to hit and they got to get out. But, whew. I'd have to be chill about my deliveries.
Well, there always seem to be like a team of people. It's like someone just random drop.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, first day of the month. Appreciate it. John Costica has come through nicely. Thank you so very much.
And Creatine Travis.
Creatine Travis, my man.
And Neil Mount Plaisir.
Neil Mount Plaisir. Love you, my friend. Bubba Army Tips. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Also, please be a monthly subscriber of Bubba Army HQ. Anything that we have, for the most part, anything we've done, whether it be Sirius XM, a lot of the 98 Rock stuff, we're finding some old Power Pig stuff, all of the Cock stuff, most of the Cock stuff. We have one more year to download, don't we, Slummy?
2 now.
2 years.
Yes.
We had, 4?
Yes.
And we're down to 2.
We are working.
And then after those 2, we'll be completely coxed,
that
if you
is
will.
correct. Yes, that's what a 7-Eleven is currently doing.
So thank you. What is his name? Gino from 7-Eleven. Love him. Go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. Lummy, this is I'm sorry, Seth, you just sent this to me. Yeah. And I'm sorry, I got you on. Yeah.
I just saw it on Twitter when I was perusing during the break.
And it's Dion talking about potentially where Shador may end up.
Yeah, he makes a comment about if Shador went to New York with Jameis and Russell Wilson.
But if all them go to New York, they talking about the pregame prayer gonna be fired. But Russell and James, the pregame prayer gonna be off the chain.
Man, I'll be in there pissed.
You gonna be on there, hey man.
I mean, hey, look, bro. I ain't trying to. Come on, bro.
It looks like they're on like some kind of maybe commercial set or something. That's wardrobe back there. And Dion's maybe see the rack. So to me, it looks like they're on some type of set, like a commercial set or something. And Dion's maybe got a different couple wardrobe changes. Now, did Shador skip the combine, Seth?
Yeah,
he did. How did his pro day go? Does anybody know?
Did he have his yet?
Yeah, he did.
Did he?
I thought it went pretty well.
Did it go pretty well?
Yeah, but like
I mean, he's still the number. I mean, Cam Ward is QB1 and Shador's QB2. Everybody thinks that Cam Ward's going 1.
Can I ask a dumb question? Why are they not doing the combines? Do they feel like they're going to hurt themselves? I mean, what's the benefit of not doing it other than coming across like a diva?
Oh, it looks like their pro day hasn't happened yet.
They get to work with their own guys, Jay. So they get to throw to their own receivers and people they're comfortable with. So instead of going and just throwing to other players that are there,
and it's somewhat diva-like.
What about like the physical examination part and the jumping and the Wonderlic test and all that stuff?
They go for that. They go for team interviews, but they don't work out and they don't throw.
So Jay, they go.
It's a hybrid then.
They go and they get poked and prodded and weighed and length and all that kind of deal. And then they go and you're like Seth said, they'll have team meetings with the team because the team interviews guys, and then that's it.
I don't really have a problem with that. I was thinking they were skipping everything. Like, you can't poke and prod me. You can't look at my medical records. You can't see me jump. But, I mean, if it's just, like, the practical part of me catching and throwing and I want to do it with my people, I really don't have a problem with that.
April 4th, it's going to be live on NFL Network.
By the way, the draft and the draft, let me live from where?
Oh, no, this is for the Colorado draft.
I understand.
Green Bay.
Oh, Green Bay Packers.
Lambeau Field hosting the draft this year. I don't know how that's going to go.
Jay, so what it does also is because, Shador's having his pro day and it's going to be such a big deal, they have a lot. They're going to be seeing Travis Hunter as well and everything like that. There's also going to be guys that are sophomores and juniors that they're going to be out there working with them so they can get the pro scouts and get a look at those guys. So bringing a pro day, being a huge one, can put a lot of shine on your teammates.
Being good enough to have a pro day can like Seth said, that junior who's a wide receiver, it might put a little plant in one guy scout's head saying, hey, listen, you know what, I'm going to be looking for this guy next year. I didn't know who this guy was prior to pro day. Now I do.
It also helps seniors too, because a lot of them get invites, especially guys like offensive line or people that you don't really know.
Okay.
Hi, who's this? You're on the air.
Like a good,
you're on the air.
Go
ahead.
Hey, Bubba, just real quick, I just want to let you know, 7-Eleven, his name's Gio, like for Giovanni.
Oh, not Gino?
And you need to ask him. Yeah, not Gino, Gio. But you need to ask him about, he's real into car racing, man. He knows, like, him and his brother, they got these high compression, naturally aspirated, like Honda Civics that are
You mean
crazy,
like Fast and Furious type stuff?
Are you Gio Mark?
Yeah, exactly. They do the drag racing and the drifting and all that. You should talk to him about it, man. He's really, really talented with the car stuff.
What does he drive to work? Does he got one of those cars?
He's got a bunch of cars, man. Him and his brother, Gabe, they got a bunch of cars. They go racing every weekend, man.
Really?
You gotta talk to him about it.
Like illegal street racing kind of deal.
They do the no prep underground. They go to Orlando. I don't want to blow up the spots, but they go around a couple spots around here. Down into Bradenton and
like
stuff.
How fast? How fast is his car?
Crazy fast, Bubba. They run nitromethane in these naturally aspirated 4-cylinders running like 16-to-1 compression.
So it's not Gio, it's his brother, it looks like.
It's not our guy.
Gio and he is.
No,
well,
Gio is literally telling me it's not him, it's his brother.
Gio is here and is telling Lummy it's not him,
and
it's
Gio
his
doesn't
brother.
have a car, so he can't go drift.
He's literally texting as I'm watching.
So, but thank you for the insight, my friend. We'll certainly ask Gio more about that the next time he's in the studio. Right now, he's really in the middle of a big ingest.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hey, this is Mark. I had a quick question for Dr. Dan. I was hoping he could help me out with.
Well, he ain't here right now, buddy, but I can maybe try to help you.
Well, I need to get a hold of some Silvadine, and I'm between doctors. I'm burned 3rd degree over half my body, and as I get older, I have these spots that won't heal up on my joints.
I think you could probably go down to your local emergency clinic, and if you specifically say that you've had some success with Silvadine, which is not an opioid or anything like that, that would be somewhat problematic, that people could be abusing. It's just literally a medicated cream. I think that they wouldn't have a problem writing you a script right there, my friend.
Would you want Dan to write you a script though?
Yeah, Dan's not going to write you a script. He's not going to write you a script unless you're a patient of his, and I'm sure you're not a patient of his.
And I mean, if you're if you've got more than 3rd degree burns on 50% of your body, I'd say go to the ER now. I mean, that's what you just said?
Well, no, they're old. This happened in 1979, but as I get older, it's harder to heal the open wounds.
Right.
Yeah, you should be able to go to your primary care physician. If
Or
you're on
even
medic-
emergency
yeah.
clinic. Just down one of those.
I'm
urgent
between
care.
doctors right now.
Or in urgent care rather than ER, you'll get billed out the wazoo at an ER, but
Yeah,
you can
don't
just
go
to
to
urgent
ER.
care.
Don't go to ER. Go into one of those walk-in clinics. Explain your situation to them. Back in '79, you got hit with some Agent Orange, and while you're tripping balls from your Vietnam excursion. And
how do these grown-ass adults not know how to go about getting medicine and seeing doctors?
Yeah, like how to just live life.
Yeah, I don't.
If I'm your age, sir, I don't have to call my favorite radio station and ask the doctor that's on the show, 2 days a week, what I need to do to get some Silvadene. Really, sir, like how do you even function in life if you cannot?
Well, I also wanted to ask him about having some further surgery to replace some skin in areas that I need skin grafts done, and he's a plastic surgeon.
Well, I would.
So he would be capable of doing that.
Yeah, but that
over the phone, especially.
Yeah, sir. I mean, even that, sir, involves you to call Dr. Dan's office 1-888-8888. 1-8888 and then 4 Diacos. Okay,
Got it.
and then you would book a consultation, saying I have some scarring and from a burn, 3rd-degree burn scarring that I'd like Dr. Dan to look at. And then he'll look at it. You'll have a consultation. He'll look at it, and potentially he could take your case or not.
All right, I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Bubba, geez, I've been trying to tell you. Breaking news in the NFL world. Now both teams get the ball in overtime.
Perfect.
So it's not just if you score a touchdown, it's over.
So both teams get an opportunity. So if you're the first team and you do score a touchdown, I, as the second team, have an opportunity to do the same.
Yeah, and it's a 10-minute overtime. So
that's interesting.
Yeah.
I love that.
I think that's what everybody's wanted for a while now.
That's more fair.
That's way more fair. And you know what? At that point, Seth, luck doesn't have anything to do with it.
Right. When we were kids, sudden death was that was so unfair.
And then they started doing it where, you get the ball first. If you kick a field goal and the other team scores a touchdown, they win. But now it's just like you get an extra 10 minutes, and whatever happens, I guess whatever happens at the end of that time.
It's the full 10 minutes.
So it's not even as far as okay, let's say you go down, you get the ball first, you're the Bears, you get the ball first, you kick a field goal, the Packers get the ball, and they score a touchdown. The Packers don't win, they keep playing on for the 10 minutes.
Well, that would be the same. That'd be the same rules that they had before, right?
No. Yes, that would be the same rules they had before because you only scored a field goal. The old rules were if the Bears went down and scored a touchdown, the Packers never got the ball. That was the old rules.
I thought that was the old rule.
Yeah, well,
that was sudden death.
That was just sudden death.
Now,
but the rules before this change were if I was in possession first and I got a touchdown, game over.
That's what I'm saying.
Right. And now you're saying if you get a field goal and the other team gets a touchdown, that used to be game over. Now what happens is to go the remainder of the 10 minutes, Seth, where the team that got 3 points has a chance to actually score again?
It looks like that, yeah.
Let me. Do they have anybody that can
interesting.
any sports reporter that's breaking it down that has any video on it?
This just broke 2 minutes ago.
That's what you were asking,
I'm
Bubba, right?
looking for. But it looks like
Anybody else?
it's still whoever scores a touchdown, the first touchdown.
All right, so under my scenario, Bears go down and score a field goal. Packers come back with a touchdown. Packers win. Game's over.
Correct. But
I think
I'm
that's
looking
what
for
the
something
difference
like
is.
Seth's saying, something new.
Should the defense secretary?
What country are you? Wait, what country are you from?
The UK.
Okay, we don't give a crap about your opinion.
Marjorie Taylor, and I guess she's making some kind of speech about something, and somebody from Great Britain asks her.
Yep. Anybody else?
Should the defense secretary?
What country are you? Wait, what country are you from?
The UK.
Okay, we don't give a crap about your opinion and your reporting. Why don't you go back to your country where you have a major migrant problem?
Okay,
And no. You should care about your own borders.
Do you care about American lives being put at risk?
Let me tell you something. Do you care about people from your country? What about all the women that are raped by migrants?
Do you care
No,
about
by migrants. No, do you care? Okay, you're done.
Do you care about American lives being put at risk?
You know what? I don't
about
care.
service members fighting for your country.
First of all, here's the one thing is, where's security? First of all, I do not have a problem with this British reporter asking Marjorie Greene these tough questions.
It's about Pete Hegseth is what she's asking.
But-
Don't you think he should resign, putting people at risk?
And so, but there needs to be I think she's kind of in her personal space a little bit. You need to take a step back, and I can answer your questions. I'm obviously at some type of podium here, and it seems like I'm having a news conference, and the format of it is not where the news people are right up in my grill. People seem to be sitting down. So if you want to go sit down, ask your question, I think that would work better than you up in my face right now. Right?
Yes.
That's my interpretation to this.
I don't care about your fake news. Do you have a relevant question? This is an American journalist. Thank you.
I'm an American, and I'd like to hear your answer to what she's asking.
I'm not answering her question because I don't care about her network. If you would like to ask, I can answer.
Do you have any concerns whatsoever about the complete disregard of operational security from the top level of this administration?
You want to know about complete disregard about operational security? You should talk about the Biden administration, how they ripped our borders open to terrorist, cartel, child sex trafficking, human trafficking, and drug trafficking across our borders for 4 years. The Trump administration is doing a great job, and I stand by their statements. I stand by their statements. My comment to you is I'm thankful to President Trump that he is leading us out of wars, that he's ending the war in Ukraine, where American lives could have been killed if Joe Biden was still president today, whether he liked it or not. We're talking about NPR and PBS today. We're talking about fake news that was funded with federal funding from American taxpayers. That's what this is about today, not journalists from the UK that care about their...
A journalist is being vilified for exposing failings in the way that your government conducts itself.
A lot of these high-profile politicians aren't really good at adversarialness, are they?
No.
If they don't get their way, they flip out. Did you get a clarification on?
Well, yeah, it looks like even if like the Packers go down and score a touchdown, it doesn't end. They score and you get another team. The other team gets a chance to score a touchdown.
So like Seth said, the game would keep going.
Correct.
I kind of like that.
Both teams have to have the ball at one time.
Now, does it go to like what Seth said? Does it go to like the end of 10 minutes and whatever we got, or there is no scoring parameters with regards to who scores first, who scores a field goal versus a touchdown? We're just going 10 minutes.
That's I'm trying to figure.
Well, I mean,
it out.
there could be there's going to be all sorts of, because what if a team decides to keep the ball for 10 minutes?
Exactly.
I mean, the other teams has to get the ball, so I don't know how that works, but it looks like they're continuing to tweak it.
Which it needs to be tweaked, by the way.
And then they're talking about the tush push also.
No, they're all.
I hate that name.
But I did see where the kickoff is going to stay. They're locking that in. You know, the kickoff where they don't have, you know, the current kind of awkward looking kickoff and kickoff return, that stays the same. You know, where they have the kickoff zone. Yeah. And I think they said that injuries were down like 30% from kickoffs this year, just because people can't get the head of steam going like they could. The defenders can't get the head of steam going because they're being blocked within 5 yards. So they can't really get off a block and get a big old head of steam going and create the collision that they used to be able to. And there's been some decent returns. So I think that stays. Overtime's tweaked, and the tush push is still being argued. Hey, you know what? My team, the Green Bay Packers, are my team is the one that complained on the tush push, and my opinion of that is it's a football play. It's a legally executed football play. Mm-hmm. You can have your quarterback underneath your center high and tight, and you can have two running backs right on his ass and hike the ball and push him. That is a legal play. I don't understand why we're arguing about the tush push.
And it's defensible. It can be defended with
not very well.
I know, but they should be. It's possible by having the right defensive lineman that can prevent that surge. They have to just time it at the same time. Of course, it's preventable.
I have no problem with the tush push. I
just have a problem with the name. It's a QB sneak.
I score. My vote is to keep it. Let me your vote.
Keep it. It's football.
Jay?
Keep it.
Seth?
I mean, unless it's for injury purposes and there's concern about that, I think you keep it because then, as people say, it's a slippery slope. Where do you draw the line? As Mike Vrabel said, the coach of the Patriots, what do you start banning Lamar Jackson from running?
That's right.
Right. He scores too effectively.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to say it's an injury issue to potentially your quarterback, then put your tight end in there to take the ball.
Are they going to get rid of gimmick plays?
I mean, what I'm saying is like if you got I don't think an Aaron Rodgers could do a tush push. He could get tweaked. But you put in a Justin Fields, or you put in
Tom Brady did it for 20 years.
Not the tush push.
It was a QB sneak with the giant guy and people behind him. They just didn't call it the tush push.
He was just so big.
He was unstoppable from that. I don't know how many times Brady got stopped on the QB sneak.
90%.
Yeah, he was 6'5", 230. He was just so big.
But they didn't outlaw it then.
No.
He's too good at it. I mean, who cares if someone's pushing the guy from behind? It's called football. It's a contact
It's
sport.
like when they came out with the Wildcat.
Yeah.
A couple years ago with the running back package, and they
Deal with it.
Yeah, and it took 6-7.
Deal with it.
Exactly.
When I return, we'll say goodbye. But the Browns owner, the Cleveland Browns owner, Jimmy Haslam, who, by the way, used to own Flying J and Pilot Truck Centers.
Oh, really? Yeah.
He now admits that the team made a huge mistake for trading for Deshaun Watson. Aren't they still paying for that?
He's still on the team.
He's still. I mean, nobody ever is going to employ Deshaun Watson. I don't think. I mean, nobody can absorb that contract. And wasn't his the first that was 100% guaranteed?
Yep.
100. What was it? 250 million guaranteed.
230.
230 million guaranteed. Nobody's going to absorb that contract. The guy could fully, recover from his Achilles tear. He's going to be out. They're saying half of next year, but nobody can absorb that contract. The guy's got a bad rap.
Couldn't he come back and just be like a superstar?
I mean, can he?
That's a question. Or is he just done?
I don't know.
He's done.
Oh.
We'll get to that next.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Aren't people also putting stickers on it that say, I bought this
To me
before?
or to him?
I think there's something where people are putting stickers on their car too.
I was just trying to watch it. I'd be trying to come back like Aaron Rodgers and just prove everyone wrong.
His play is just gone downhill. I mean, he got suspended for 11 games of his Browns tenure. This is the... He got hurt again. He got hurt. I don't know how long he's been there. It's
For 3 years now?
I think once he got his money, I think things change. I don't know if you still have that dog in you, as they say, but
you get that $230 million and you've been injured 3 times.
dude, there's no way. I mean, he was so good at his first couple of years.
He was.
I mean, he was just right under Patrick Mahomes when they started loading him with weapons, and then there's just all this shit happened. I mean, he's never going to reclaim it. I'm sorry.
Find that right, Mr.
You're right. He's never going to. He's like he can never return to that.
It already would have happened. We gotta play that Kid Rock stuff during Clement Kush.
Oh, I will.
It's wild.
That Donald Trump thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna get that lined up, and I'm gonna get the Kanye. There's the Kanye.
Oh yeah.
And then I'm gonna get I'm gonna come back with that. Just to say goodbye. And then I got there we go. I got that. So those 2 things will get us through.
Get us through the tough times.
This is one of Elon's exes.
Yeah.
She's hot.
Who watched the Gemstones? Little rascals. Big Dick Mitch.
I don't know where this comes up at. Macho Man, I don't know how to fucking play it.
I think hit generate.
You got to type something in, I think, if you're looking to.
Oh, okay.
Put something in the box area. Okay, the voice. Oh, interesting. For sure, grouper lips. Always welcome. How you doing, Mitch? Fine. I gotta call you the police. Hope you have a great week as well, buddy.
Seth Kushner is a card collecting pimp.
Did that sound like Donald Trump?
Yeah.
I had to look it up, but it would have to be the one with war pigs on it. Is that paranoid?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Clem Kush, we'll call it 35-40. I got to sit in my chair and get a little relaxation. The owner of the Browns, his exact quote with Deshaun Watson was, "We took a big swing and miss with Deshaun. We thought we had the quarterback. We didn't, and we gave up a lot of draft picks to get him, so we got to dig ourselves out of that hole. It was an entire organizational decision, and it ends with D, I guess his wife, and I to be held accountable." Now, Lummy, what'd they give, 2? Wasn't it
230?
No, I'm talking about draft picks.
I think it was 3 firsts.
Was it? I think it was 3 firsts and a second.
A couple more. I'll look it up.
It says the hole the Browns face is real. They have a second pick in the NFL draft, but haven't committed to taking a quarterback. The guy Jimmy Halslam said Monday the team wouldn't force it if they didn't believe in a quarterback that was available at number 2, saying it could take a year or 2 to figure out the quarterback plan. They did sign Kenny Pickett.
It was 3 first-round picks, a third-round pick, and a fourth-round pick.
3 first rounds.
Yeah, 2022, 2023, 2024, a third-round pick in 2023, and a fourth-round pick in 2024. Texans sent him and a fifth-round pick in 2024.
5-year, $230 million, 100% guaranteed. The 5-year, $230 million contract Watson signed upon the trade, which has since been restructured, made him tough to dump off the roster, but his availability for 2025 has already in question after he suffered a second tear of his Achilles in January, and it seems that the team is in the process of moving on from him anyway.
Here comes Shador.
Yeah. I mean,
here comes Colin Kaepernick.
I'll never
they could
play.
get him for a deal.
Here
He's
comes
probably the only one they could afford right now.
Seth is right, man. Here comes Shador.
You think?
Yep.
They got the money for that?
Yep.
Really? With that big payout, they still have enough money?
Well, rookie deals aren't that big.
They're already slotted. Like, it's already... They have their draft money allocated because where you draft the guy is basically what he makes.
Yeah, there's really no negotiation when you're drafted. That's just case law. Like what the guy the year before. Seth will tell you it's like what the guy the year before got plus like 10 more grand.
Well, because first picks of the draft were signing, bigger deals than guys that had played for 10 years. So
the NFL put rules on it. Clem Kush, let's call it 35-40, okay?
Sounds great.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian, Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
You're wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council.
Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember...
I repent.